I just want to say thank you and welcome to the University of St. Thomas Spring Symposium. We're so glad you're all able to be here this morning with us. Before we get started, I just wanted to say a brief thank you to everyone who made today possible. First and foremost, the speakers, thanks so much for traveling here today. We're so happy you're able to be here. From what I can tell, it's going to be a very engaging and insightful conversation today, so thank you. Also, thank you to Professor Osler for agreeing to host the symposium, kind of come up with a topic and curate this great group. So thanks. And then also, of course, to everyone behind the scenes who made today possible. We really couldn't do it without you. With that, just a few logistical things. Restrooms are across the atrium and to the right. If you're here for CLE credit, please make sure to sign in. There's a sign-in sheet just to the left of the courtroom. Coffee and water will be outside all day, so feel free to refresh yourselves as necessary. We will have breaks scheduled throughout the day. They're in your program, so please be mindful of that. We do have one break at noon from 12 to 12:30. We do offer a mass service around the corner in our chapel if that's of interest to you. Otherwise, feel free to just hang out in the atrium. Lunch will be served at 12:30, and then we'll continue on with our day. So with that, I will turn it over to Dean Nichols.
Thank you so much. My name is Joel Nichols. I'm the Associate Dean for Academic Affairs, and my role is easy and short, which is good because you didn't come to hear me today. But I get the pleasure of welcoming you on behalf of our faculty, staff, administration. To our students, thank you for being here, for participating and putting this on. To our guests who are not here regularly, I'm especially glad that you're here. You're welcome on this place, in this campus, and we're glad if you're here to join the conversation as a speaker, if you're here to join it in your own way, as a learner, as a listener, in the ways that you're engaging with this conversation on clemency in your own life. So we're really glad that you're here. This is a place here at St. Thomas where we want to have important conversations that touch people's lives in day-to-day matters. We don't want law to be something that is removed from us and think that it's out there away from everyone. That can happen sometimes, but we also want to teach our students and train our students and engage with the real world in the ways that law touches the lives of all of us. And the mission of this school is it was founded to integrate faith and reason in the search for truth through a focus on morality and social justice. And the kinds of things that we'll be talking about today hit right at the core of that, right? The ways that we think about morality, the ways we think about what justice means and how it is carried forward and what role we have for each person in society as individuals and the way we shape ourselves and our lives together. And so we're delighted that you're here to think about clemency and what that power means and how it affects each of us in real ways today. My really fun role today is to thank you, but then doubly fun is I get to introduce the First Lady of Minnesota. So Gwen Walls is here in the front row, right? But makes me feel like a real newcomer to Minnesota, right? I've been here 12 years, so I still occasionally will be asked, what the funny thing is with my accent and where it came from. Gwen has been in Minnesota her whole life, whether that's in Glencoe or for a long stretch of time in Mankato, has been passionate about the lives of Minnesotans, the lives of students, and shaping them, has worked in public schools for many, many years, and has been working to include all people along their journey. And in her recent move to St. Paul and the Governor's Mansion is incorporating pieces of that in what she does in her agenda, in the ways that she works with people. She is continuing to reach out in the community here, and it has 2 children that are still in school and is connected to the schools and to people's lives in several important ways. I'm delighted that she's here with us. If you'll flip to the very back of your program, you can see some actual other things in her life details. But mostly I want to get off of the platform and introduce the First Lady and let you have the stage. Thank you so much.
Good morning, friends. How are you? Yeah. I'm a high school teacher. Come on. Come on. I'm so happy to be here this morning, and thank you for that introduction, Dean Nichols. I think what he was really saying is, I'm a new First Lady, and I'm just trying to figure it out. How about that? Actually, it's a really, really interesting position to be in, because you get to think about what's really most important to you in making a difference in your state in a way that maybe you hadn't thought about before. And so even though I've been in public education for 29 years, longer than maybe many of you have been alive, and I've spent my life working on issues that I really care about and with students and doing some direct work on closing the achievement gap in lots of different places, and worked in Washington while Tim was in Congress for 12 years. This is really a new experience and a new role. And I have to tell you, when I taught for a long time, and I'd finished a couple master's degrees and was thinking that I wanted to do my doctorate. And then I started thinking about law school, because I so admire the way and the thinking and actually the writing of lawyers. And so I thought maybe that would be a better option than like another degree in education. And Tim and I both thought about that together. And we did determine that maybe it would be hard to go to law school and teach at the same time, whereas it might not be as hard to work on our doctorates in educational leadership as we were in education. So we went in that direction rather than law school. But I have a great admiration for what many of you do and how many of you think. I think it's so important in our society. And I don't usually go off of notes, but I am in a room full of people who know the law, and so I'm going to use my notes on occasion just to give this welcome, if you don't mind, because I want to be very exacting in my language, as you all are. So that's just a respect and tribute to all of you. So thank you for letting me be here. So important, I think, today. Clemency is an ancient idea, right? And it's rooted in mercy and forgiveness and salvation and reconciliation, I think, too. And its power can be essential to living in a just world. But under our criminal justice system, it can also be seen as dangerous. An act of clemency can intercede, though, in politics of anger and violence. Now, as Dean Nichols said, I come from Mankato. And many of you may know Mankato is the place of the largest mass execution in our country, right? And that was long ago. But those scars and that legacy are part of the community of Mankato. And we have had to come to terms in recent years in order to really move forward as a place with what that meant to us. And so we've begun that journey in many ways. But there's a place called Reconciliation Park, and it's right on our thoroughfare. And if you go to Mankato, you'll drive right past it, and there's a large buffalo. The mass hanging was with Native Americans. And I often drive by there. And even though I might not stop every time I drive by, I think reconciliation, forgiveness, mercy, community. It's very powerful. And the language that we introduce today and how we talk about this is an incredibly powerful thing for Minnesota. We can step in and we can create a moment of peace, a moment of reprieve, during which we can make room as a society for what Abraham Lincoln, the person who granted those pardons for Mankato, and no stranger to the use of executive power in time of crisis, called the better angels of our nature. Now, I must confess, I'm Lutheran. But in the Lutheran Church, and I think in the Catholic Church, and maybe many churches, we offer peace to one another in the service, right? Peace be with you. Peace be with you. How do we as a state and a country offer our peace? And that peace, for those of us who have some of that background, maybe in a church, know it is the peace which passes all understanding, right? That is very powerful. I know we shouldn't ever pick favorite parts in our service, and maybe on a given Sunday or a given weekday, especially during Lent, I might choose some different places than the peace. But I always pause, because I am always searching for that peace which passes all understanding. And I think in my life, what that means is that must be a place that I find in both my action and in policy. Because I know that just my hope for it is not enough. So I appreciate this effort today. Clemency can be an important part in any society of trying to heal our wounds and to come together as one for the common good, for one Minnesota. I was in prison in Stillwater yesterday for the graduation, a place where 7 months after a murder of a corrections officer, we still don't have the complete reinstatement of educational programming. And I was there because it was important to be there. Because those people in Stillwater Correction Facility in prison are part of one Minnesota too. And I welcomed them as I welcomed you this morning. I said, "Good morning, friends. Good morning, students." Language is powerful. After generations of policy based on fear and punishment and cynicism, we have to open up to the possibility that we can correct ourselves and our course of action. We can enact new laws, new policies, have discussions in pursuit of a more peaceful republic. We come to this moment for many reasons, and out of the work of so many, from private charities to public activists, from Americans and American organizations, as diverse and varied as the Prison Fellowship, the College and Community Fellowship, and Just Leadership. We're joined here at St. Thomas in the Twin Cities of Minnesota by some pretty important figures in this movement. Today, we are joined by a transformational figure who asks for transformational change, who might be an unlikely friend, but has become a friend. Thank you for coming, Mark Holden. Next time, Louise, too. Mark's wife, Louise. You might think that Mark and I are unlikely friends. We may not have shared that many experiences, maybe not even the same political platform at all moments. But we are both passionate about this issue, and we are together on this journey. And I admire his work and the work of his wife, Louise. And together, we will find a way forward for our state and our country. I would also like to introduce my friend, Randy Florkey. I would say my partner in crime, but he's my partner in justice, actually. Randy is from New York. His husband is Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney from New York 18. Randy first introduced me to some of the Barred Prison Initiative and the work that we did together and started this journey for the both of us. And he said to me, "You know, Gwen, I did my high school graduation paper on prisons and prison reform. I'm sorry, at 18, as a high school senior in the spring of that year, I was not thinking about prison reform. I think that's pretty incredible, and I still think that's pretty incredible." So I'm fortunate to have friends from across the country joining me and us today. It's fitting to gather here at St. Thomas that's long been a leader in this field. St. Thomas counts among its illustrious alumni Darrell Atkinson, who received his JD at this law school and was the nation's first second chance fellow at the U.S. Department of Justice and continues to lead on this issue. I think in the spirit of his alma mater. We're joined and led by the law school's own distinguished Professor Mark Osler, who founded the first law clinic in the United States, specially in federal commutations. I'm grateful that you asked me to join you for this extraordinarily long welcome this morning. We are at an important crossroads. I recall the words of the American historian and graduate of another of our country's leading Catholic universities, Fordham, one of our nation's most distinguished historians of both African American and Irish American experiences, and a senior fellow at the Bard Prison Initiative, Craig Wilder. He said, "There is a way out of the policies that have led us to mass incarceration, if we only have the courage to take it." Today is about courage, and today is about peace. A peace which may pass all of our understanding, but which we may continue to work for in our advocacy and in our policy. Thank you for including me.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is such an incredible pleasure to be here, surrounded by our students and by these people that have done such incredible things and continue to do amazing things. I would like to say thank you for that wonderful welcome, First Lady Walz. That was not only a wonderful welcome to our visitors, but also to all of us, to this subject, to its importance, to its rootedness deep in the soul of communities. It is really an ancient thing. A lot of you have been with me, and I've talked about clemency, and I whip out of my pocket an ancient Roman coin that has the goddess of clemency, Clementia, on it, which I think that spirit, that there needs to be a form of mercy to take the harshest edges off of the retributive instincts that are too often within us, is part of civilization, and it has been for millennia. Now, I was so busy and excited greeting people in the atrium this morning as they came in that I completely lost my notes. So somebody out there probably is thinking, boy, this is great information about Roy Austin. But I do not need notes to introduce these people. Believe me, they are three people that I have worked with, who I deeply admire, and each of whom I have learned from in different ways. Immediately to my right is Roy Austin. He is currently a partner in a fancy law firm in D.C., Harris, Wiltshire, and Grannis. He has a fascinating history in this area. He did his undergraduate work at Yale, went on, got his JD at the University of Chicago, where one of his law professors was Professor Obama, I believe. And he went on to work in the Justice Department in a variety of roles. He eventually rose to the role of being the Deputy Assistant Attorney General, which is a very important position within the Department of Justice, despite having both the word deputy and assistant in it. DOJ has strange lines of command, but that's an extremely important position. And he then became a key member of President Obama's Domestic Policy Council. Now, when I started to get involved in this and started to advocate, it was with Nkechi Taifa, who's here, who's going to be moderating the other two panels. And Nkechi reached out to me and said, I read something you wrote. Maybe we can do something about it. And I said, that would be great. And so one of the next steps that we took is that we sought meetings at the White House. And Roy Austin is one of the people we met with. And immediately you knew that this was the person who knew how things worked, who understood things as soon as you said them, knew where you were coming from, was realistic about expectations, and could get things done. Make no mistake, even though there are, nothing is perfect, but what President Obama did in the last 2 years of his presidency was reclaim clemency as a principled part of the Constitution. What a powerful thing to take a forgotten part of the Constitution and make it a reality again. And that's what that White House, that's what Roy Austin and the people he worked with did. And that's an extraordinary accomplishment. To his right is Erin Collins. Erin Collins was a student at Wesleyan and then at NYU Law School. She worked for the public defenders in New York State. And then she was the executive director of something called the Clemency Resource Center. There was a collaboration between this law school and NYU. And what she did was incredible too. It was a pop-up law firm where, with support of Open Society, for just 1 year, we had lawyers who full-time worked on clemency cases while the Obama initiative was going on, to provide consistent, informed, and well-trained people to handle those petitions. And in that year, they ultimately were able to attain the freedom of nearly 100 people. There are almost 100 people who are in freedom now because of the work that Erin and her staff did. Think how difficult a challenge that is, to be hired, to be told, you're going to have this job for 1 year, you're going to form an entire law firm, hire your staff, train them, and then oversee them doing something no one's ever done before. And she did it to perfection. And you can kind of see a trend here that Roy Austin created within the administration, the path where there was hope. And then Erin was able to work with people to start to walk down that path. To her right is Rudy Martinez. Often, I get too much credit for things. I get credit for petitions that my students wrote. People say, that was great. And I'll say, I'll tell Lauren, But the other thing that I get too much credit for is people will say, well, you won someone's freedom. And that's never true. I don't win someone's freedom. They win their freedom. I might tell the story, but I don't do the hard work to live a life that can be presented to the pardon attorney, to the president, as one that's worthy of clemency. And that's what Rudy Martinez did. When I read his file, one of the things that was remarkable was just the amount of education that he pursued when he was incarcerated. It was stunning. When I first met him, he came here and popped into my office. It happened to be that both of my sons were on spring break at the time. And Rudy was just out of prison at that point. My oldest son was a junior at Yale studying history. My younger son was a freshman at Grinnell studying English, and both big readers. And so we go to lunch. My two sons and Rudy, we go over to Britt's and we sit down. And I'm thinking, well, I'll have to guide this conversation. Not at all. They started talking about books. And after a while, by the time Rudy was saying, I never thought Cervantes would be so funny. And my sons are like, I know. And I'm thinking, I should have read Cervantes. But isn't that an incredible thing? And hopefully as part of his presentation, Rudy will talk about the things he's been able to do in freedom, what that shortening of a life without parole sentence meant not only for him, but for his community. And so what we have on this panel, this remarkable thing, is that we have the people who built the pathway, the people who went down the pathway, the people who are doing the work to be the recipients of that path. And that's one of the wonderful things about today. We're going to begin by having 10 or so minutes from each of the panelists. Feel free to speak seated or from the podium, your choice. And then after that, I may ask a few questions. We'll take questions from the audience. Our practice here usually is that if you have a question, we want you to write it down on a note card, and there's some in the back, and as we get closer to that, if you raise your hand, we can distribute them as well. So enough of my talking. Roy Oscar.
Thank you. So I'll just stay seated. I met Mark when he and Rachel Barkow came busting through the White House gates to let us know that there was so much more that we could be doing with Clemency than we were in fact doing. And I had a number of meetings with he and Rachel, and they were right. They were absolutely right about that. But I want to take you back 4 years, 5 years. You may not remember, but criminal justice reform was not cool just 4 or 5 years ago. It wasn't only not cool, it was dangerous. We still had not gotten over kind of the Willie Hortonism that was really what people saw our criminal justice system as. And that was the idea that if you were to release someone from prison or jail early, that you risk the end of your political career by doing it. Now we're celebrating the fact that, how many people can we release, what kinds of people can we release, in a way that literally 5 years ago did not exist. At the very beginning of the Obama administration, one of the biggest criminal justice reform accomplishments was the bill that ended up moving crack cocaine from 100-to-1 disparity to 18-to-1 disparity. And that was seen as a huge accomplishment. I hope that many of you sitting here today are like, 18-to-1 sounds like a problem too. But that was where we were. When I got to the White House, I was asked whether or not I was trying to bring in some formerly incarcerated youth. And someone working at that White House, who I thought was particularly progressive, said to me, "What, you want to bring a bunch of murderers and rapists to the White House?" And this was someone who I thought was progressive on these issues. And so I want to give you that context to put into further context what I believe the Obama administration accomplished by giving commutations to 1,715 people and pardoning 212 people. That was historic. That was, in some respects, courageous. That was, as the First Lady mentioned, that was justice. That was peace. That was treating people as human beings. But how did we get there? So I don't want to take too much credit for things that I had nothing to do with. I'll take some, but let me not take too much credit for things. The Clemency Initiative was really the brainchild of Eric Holder and then White House counsel Kathy Rumler, working, of course, with President Obama, who told them that he wanted to dig deeper into clemency. And what they came up with was basically, you have the way clemency and pardoning has worked for decades has kind of been, oh, we get a couple applications, this person has turned their life around, and we'll give it to a few people at the end of the day. Always tinged with a couple political folks in there. That's how it was done. And there's a decision made that we can do better, that we can actually give it to many, many more people. And so what they did is they set up a system where if your sentence today would be significantly lower than your sentence was at the time you received it, you were eligible. Well, it just turned out there were a lot of people who were eligible based on that criteria. And then they had to come up with a system for doing it. The Pardon Attorney's Office at that time, which sits in the Department of Justice, maybe 4 or 5 employees. They got tens of thousands of applications. And you are, and this is something that Mark pointed out a number of times, and again, not to make his head any bigger, but he was right. How can you have the prosecutors who put someone into jail be the ones to tell you whether or not they should come out? As a former prosecutor myself, I call myself a reformed prosecutor these days. As a former prosecutor myself, I felt like I had done justice by getting the sentence that I got originally. And you're coming later in my career to tell me that I did it wrong? That when I got that person a 10-year sentence, a 20-year sentence, that, let me tell you, I mean, prosecutors celebrated the length of the sentence they got. That was your badge of honor, that you got someone locked up for decades because you took a really, really, really bad person off the street. But you're going to ask that same Department of Justice to be the one to tell its prosecutors who have spent their lives doing this work that they were wrong, that they gave this person too much time, that this person is not in fact evil, that this person deserves to be back on the street much sooner than you had celebrated how long they were going to be incarcerated for. And so that was a problem and a challenge. And it started with Eric Holder, starting to move the ball on this, and then we had to get a system. How do all of these people get lawyers to advocate for them? How do we get people to reach out to the judges, to the prosecutors, to their family members, to everybody to get these applications in, and then to have them read, and then to have someone then make a decision? Because again, let's remember what Willie Horton did to a presidency, to a presidential candidate, I should say. For those of you too young to remember, black guy who got out of prison early, who committed a heinous crime, who then became the poster child for being soft on crime. Pretty much one thing sunk a presidential candidate. So then you have to look at all of these applications, these paper applications, and say, you know what? This person is going to get out and they're going to be fine. They're not going to do anything wrong. They're going to allow not only for the system to work, but for us to continue in this effort for years to come. Someone who you've never met, never talked to, all you have is their paper record. And then you have advocates coming in saying, let's get these people out. So when you get to 1,715 commutations from that, you've actually done pretty amazing work. And I get pinged every once in a while when someone ends up back in. And I want to say there have been 3 or 4. And for most of those, it's some kind of probation violation. And we could talk about probation for a long time, too. I mean, so you let someone out, so you give them 10 years of probation. I dare anyone in this room to be good for 10 years straight. Okay? But that's what you're telling someone. You know what? You spend a lot of time in prison. You didn't necessarily get any educational training, job training, mental health training, addiction training. We're going to put you back into society and we're going to say, succeed. And then when you don't, we're going to say, well, whoops. Our bad, you should have stayed in longer. And so my role, in fact, became on that back end, where I spent an enormous amount of time working on how do we help people when they first get out. Because part of success is how do we give people a chance to actually catch their breath, get a job, get an education, find a home, get food, and everything else. And so we ended up working very closely with a person by the name of Michael Romano. He's at Stanford Law School. It's called the Ride Home Program. I think it has a fancier name, but that's how we know it. And it's unbelievable how good this program is, because all it does is it sends someone who was formerly incarcerated to pick up the person as they're coming out of prison. And to sit down and have a meal with them and to be a contact for them as they are transitioning. And they have unbelievable success on recidivism. Something that simple. And so that was something that we worked on, and as well as working on a number of other criminal justice reform ideas, including working with the folks at DOJ who are doing a ton of work on reentry. So I'm here to yes, say that I think the work that was done by the Obama administration was amazing. Those are a lot of lives. But there was so much more that needed to be done. At one point in the Obama administration, 220,000 people were incarcerated in were federally incarcerated. For the first time in 34 years, we started bringing those numbers down. And by the end, the population was closer to about 190,000. So about 30,000 people less or fewer were incarcerated at the end of our administration. We were working on everything from police reform to reform with respect to schools. Discipline is usually a lot of people's first way in. School resource officers who have no idea what they're supposed to be doing. Teachers who are calling school resource officers and getting kids locked up for things, and I saw this, for things like flatulence. I dare one of you to say you've never flatulated, okay? But these were what the kids were getting locked up for. Mismatched socks. So as we were working and working, and all I will say to end here is I'm really saddened by where we are in criminal justice reform right now. And Professor Osler and I have had some Facebook conversations about this. But we have gone probably 10 steps back from where we were. And the First Step Act might be a half step forward, which puts us still 9.5 steps back from where we were. And there was so much hope and so much promise. And I do hope that the next administration realizes the importance of people's lives, realizes that we are incarcerating people for too long, for the wrong reason, that we're taking away good lives, that we're destroying families, that we're destroying communities by our current criminal justice system. And hopefully people like you who decided to be here today will get out there and fight so that we can see justice and peace in our futures soon. Thank you.
Excuse me. So thank you so much. It's really helpful to hear that perspective. And thank you all for having me here. I've had the pleasure of meeting a lot of current students, and I can tell that this is a really special place, and this is a really special event. So I came, as Mark mentioned, I came to this issue as the executive director of the Clemency Resource Center. And the Clemency Resource Center was the vision of Mark Osler and Rachel Barco, with the generous funding of the Open Society Institute with Nikichi Taifa. And the issue was, it was created to fill a gap in a need in clemency representation, because President Obama had announced this historic initiative, and it was becoming increasingly clear that there weren't enough lawyers to file all of the petitions that needed to be written so that we could get as many cases in front of President Obama as possible. So we were a pop-up law office, and I will say, Mark, an inspired idea and a really crazy idea. Pop-up law office, pop up in 1 year, right? Pop up in like the middle of the summer of 2015 and pop down in the summer of 2016. And in the interim, not only kind of get up to speed and up and running on the substance of petitions, get the materials, get the staff trained, but also figure out things like how to store files, how to share communications. Our staff was scattered throughout the country, so some were based out of NYU, some were based here out of St. Thomas, Jamie Walden and Eric Hylock, both really wonderful advocates. One was based in California, so time zone differences. There was a lot of administrative challenges that I learned a lot in trying to overcome, with no support staff, no administrative staff, and also I was the only supervising attorney, and just to put it in context, many of my staff were recent law grads who were waiting on their bar admission. So there were a lot of challenges, in addition to all of the other ones I'll talk about soon, but we did a really great job, and I have to just say, ultimately, the work and the success we had was not mine. It was the work of the staff attorneys who were really filing the petitions and really in it and really working around the clock to get as many done as possible. So we were the only law office in the country that was full-time focused on fulfilling this mission. The other sources of representation were pro bono attorneys at private law firms who did a lot of petitions too, but as the nature of pro bono work, it came secondary to their paid work, so they weren't always moving as quickly as possible, and law school clinics, which did amazing work, but they don't handle the volume that was necessary. So we came to fill this void, and our charge was quite simple, but quite large, right? To file as many high-quality petitions as possible within this 1 year. And I'd say that one of our biggest challenges in fulfilling this mission, in addition to the administrative kind of getting the pre-sentence reports, communicating with incarcerated clients, which can be its own challenge, was interpreting and trying to figure out what do these criteria mean? Because DOJ gave us some guidance. One of them was that the sentence would have been lower by operation of law or policy today. That seems rather objective and relatively clear that we could figure out what that means, but that also requires a vast knowledge of federal sentencing law, the changes in federal sentencing practices and prosecution policies, and more. So learning what that meant and getting the information we needed to do that analysis was a huge obstacle. Another criteria, which seems pretty easy to figure out, was that they'd been incarcerated for 10 years. Well, we found out later down the road that actually 10 years doesn't necessarily mean 10 years, maybe close to 10 years is enough. And so on top of these seemingly objective criteria, there were some very subjective criteria. Nonviolent, low-level offender, no significant criminal history, no significant ties to gangs or organized crime, good conduct while in prison, no history of violence. But what does significant mean, right? Are any of these disqualifying automatically, right? And so for those of you who are lawyers in the room and law students, there's no precedent here. There's no law here. There's no law of clemency. It's a purely discretionary decision. There was no reference point, no cases for us to look at to figure out what kinds of cases are going to be granted and which ones are not. So we were really just kind of going with our gut in a lot of ways, and just trying to keep our heads down and keep going. If I had to sum up the effort in one word, I think it would be unpredictable. There was a lot of unpredictability in this process. Figuring out what the criteria mean, also just knowing what the process is going to look like. There were some kind of shifting systems because this was a new area, right? It was a new initiative, and we were all of us blazing new ground. Just the processes for filing petitions, being transparent with our clients about we don't actually know how long this is going to take, And once we submit it, it's a little bit out of our hands, and trying to figure out, kind of build confidence with them that we are doing the best we can, but being clear that we don't actually know how this is all going to work. We all had a lot of open questions. And I think that this unpredictability had some consequences. It was hard for us to figure out which cases to focus on because we had this mission and we had a limited amount of time. We wanted to help everyone, but we knew we couldn't. So we had to triage, but we had to also go with our best guess about who were the strongest candidates and who weren't. And I think this unpredictability also had consequences for the applicants themselves. We would hear frequently from clients and from people who worked in the prisons that since this initiative was announced, there was a kind of new sense of palpable anxiety in the air, because people, the whole point of the initiative is to give folks hope of a second chance. People who had relatively settled into their existence in prison and accepted the fact that they might be there for the rest of their lives, or at least a good chunk of the rest of their lives. And this initiative raised new hopes for people. And because the criteria were relatively subjective, everyone can see their case as fitting into these criteria, right? Everyone thought that they had a good chance, and they didn't all have a good chance. So ultimately, I think at the end of the year, I believe we fulfilled our mission. We filed nearly 200 petitions, and almost 100 of them were granted. So my staff had the pleasure of talking to nearly 100 people and telling them that they were going to be coming home a lot sooner than they expected, and that is no small success. I left with a sense, it was a little of a bittersweet ending. I left inspired by the resilience of our clients in the face of adversity, by the passion and dedication and skill of my staff attorneys who worked so hard around the clock, and with the satisfaction of knowing that we had impacted a number of people's lives to help give some people a second chance that they deserve, and at least correct or reduce some of the injustice in our system. But I also left with a bit of a heavy heart, because I think all of our clients should have been granted clemency. And I know that there were many more who also felt like they deserved, and I think that they did deserve, a second chance in this system. It wasn't always clear. We didn't get an explanation as to why their petitions were denied and others were granted. It was a historic moment. I'm proud of the work we did, and I'm proud of the legacy. I just wish it had been a legacy that reached more people. Thank you.
Hello. First of all, I'd like to say Mark is wrong. He takes no credit. He's a very modest man. I'm here because of everybody that's on my left side, and of course the students and this university. I was 25 years old when I was sentenced to mandatory life as a first-time nonviolent offender. To this day, I'm not upset with the prosecutors, the judge, the DEA, or anybody else, because I put myself in that position. I never thought while I was living in the streets from the age of 15 that, I would be doing a mandatory life sentence. When you're a kid out there in the streets of Chicago, you're not thinking about that. And that was just my whole mindset. I walked into Leavenworth in 1992, and I remember that first day going to the chow hall. Just adjacent to the chow hall, they had the auditorium. They were having graduation. And here were these inmates receiving their associates and their bachelor's degree. Mind you, I never read a book until I was incarcerated. And I so wanted to be on that stage. And that week, I went and took my GED test and passed, only for the following year for the Zimmerman bill to be kicked in, and they took all the Pell Grants away. So in 1993, rehabilitation went out the window in the Federal Bureau of Prisons, to be honest with you. When I came into the Bureau of Prisons, we only had 5 penitentiaries: Leavenworth, Atlanta, Lewisburg, Terre Haute, and Lompoc. Within the next 10 years, we had another 10 penitentiaries, and now 20 or whatever the number is. Guys would tell you that, this can't go on, the government cannot continue spending money on prisons. That's not true. As of yet, I haven't seen a prison close down. So what does that tell you? It's sad. I used to sit there. I spent 26.3 years in penitentiaries. I've been to 11 penitentiaries, and not because of disciplinary, but because of me advocating for other prisoners. And I would do that often. Living conditions in the shoe, food, and what have you. And so I was marked as a troublemaker. And there was days where inmates would go home after 15 or 20 years, and I would be sitting there before we go to chow, and they would come up to me, and they would say, this is like at a 20-year mark, okay, old man, or OG, we're leaving now. I would tell them, good luck. But just remember this, if you remember anything, don't ever forget this place. Don't come back. And there was times, as you said, 3 or 6 months later, they would return. And I would see these guys come back, and I would just put my head down, and I'm thinking, man, I'm just asking for one chance. That's all, just one chance. And they would walk in through those doors again, or they would see me in the yard when they came back off the bus, and they couldn't even face me. So when I got this opportunity, this blessing, 26.7 months later, I told the guys at the FCI, after 26 years, finally making it to a lower custody facility, and I told them that I wouldn't forget about them. And I hit the doors running. I was notified on August 28th or 29th when I got the call from Professor Osler that I would be going home. No preparedness for the streets. 2 weeks later, that day I called up my sons, and I asked them that those were the only ones that wanted to pick me up, my 2 sons. And they picked me up 2 weeks later. So after 26 years, I'm out here in the streets, 2 weeks. I've never been on a computer, aside from, I think, sending emails. But since we were lifers, we weren't allowed to use computers, so I had no idea about Word or, Access or any of that other stuff. And I went to the halfway house, September 14th, and I stayed at the halfway house in Chicago from September 14th to December 28th. And during that time, I found me a job at a moving company, and I also got involved with the Chicago Urban League. And the Chicago Urban League was the first place that gave me the opportunity to, they gave me my first grant, which was for supply chain management, logistics, out of Florida. And that was a $7,000 grant. So I took 8 months course in that, even after I left the halfway house. I then got my certification in forklifting. At the same time, here I am working at the moving company, hauling refrigerators and stoves on my back, 3 or 4 stories. But these are the things that I had to do. And my sons were worried. My son said, "Pops, you're doing too much, And I said, well, I got to be that example. I can't fail. It would be an insult to everyone here that's worked so hard. And it's a lot of weight on my shoulders, but I welcome it. So I get out of the halfway house, and I go take care of my 8th grade teacher, Mr. Griffin, who was actually my 6th grade basketball coach, 84 years old. And I lived with him for the past 2 years, and taking care of him. And that really helped me get on my feet because I was able to save money for rent, but I was also able to work and what have you. Unfortunately, he fell ill in November, and we now have a hospice worker with him. And this January was actually the first time that I went out, lived on my own, got my own apartment now. And I picked a hell of a time to get off Zoloft because I was on Zoloft till December. I was telling the students last night when we went to dinner, because I suffer from anxiety, claustrophobia, what have you. And so I walked into the dinner last night, and of course I'm sweaty and when I came in earlier today. So in between that time when I came home, I heard about the ABLE network, and it's the workforce network out of Washington, D.C. And it was being held at Oakton Community College in Skokie, where I reside at now. So I went over there to ABLE network, and I filled out an application, and they had different courses you could take, culinary, what have you, and I decided to sign up for a CDL and a commercial driver's license. So I was approved for that, and they said, unfortunately, the government's not cutting any money loose right now, so, you're approved, but we're gonna have to wait for that check to come. So as I'm leaving the college, the community college, I'm walking through the hallway, I see all these kids inside this room, and I go in there to see what's going on, and the young lady asked me, "Can I help you?" And I asked her, "What's going on here?" She says, "Oh, they're all signing up, they're enrolling for fall classes, fall semester." She says, "Would you like to enroll?" I said, "Oh, I can't afford to do that." And I've always said that everything happens for a reason. And at that time, the finance advisor comes through, this kid, who happened to grow up in Humboldt Park in Chicago. And she says, "Oh, Javi, here's this gentleman here thinking about enrolling." So we speak for a little while, we get on the computer, and punches everything up. He says, "Oh, you qualify for $6,000 on FAFSA. You want to go to school?" I said, "Sure, why not?" So the next thing you know, 5 minutes later, I'm sitting there with an advisor, and signing up for classes. Well, what do you want to take? Well, social work. I want to get my associates in social work. At the end, I'm hoping to find my way back into the system. I need to get back into the system. I need to get back behind those walls again. Because, as you said, when 2013 rolled around and we heard about this clemency, I never thought that I would be a candidate. Number one, because I had a mandatory life sentence. Number two, my charges were the most severe charges there is under the drug law, which was continuing criminal enterprise, 848, which is the Kingpin statute. My original charges did not start out that way. It was a supersede indictment. So therefore, I thought I would never qualify, regardless of being a nonviolent offender or not. And as the names of the people who were first getting commutation, I kept looking at their charges, and it's, 10 years or 15 years, and there was no lifers. And there was nobody, certainly with CCE, getting commutation. And of course, I try not to think about it. What's going on with my day. We're talking about 2014, 2015, 2016 rolls around, and now we're getting towards the end. And there was a mad rush towards the latter part of the year to get as many commutations petitions filed. So you had all these guys. Now, at this time, I'm in McQuarrie Penitentiary in Kentucky. And obviously, everybody wants to go home. And now they're getting these lawyers from these firms, and they're getting contacted by these lawyers. These guys are so excited, the prisoners there. They're like, oh, I got me this attorney from this firm, and what have you. Unfortunately, the majority of those guys didn't know what they were doing. Because when the inmate would submit the prisoner would submit his paperwork, for instance, one of the criteria is there, you couldn't have violence and what have you. So they were getting letters back from the law offices stating that you don't qualify because you got into this fight, or you had possession of a knife, even though you didn't use it. But that wasn't the case, though. But you had hundreds, and I'm talking about hundreds of inmates going through this in only one facility. So imagine all the rest of the facilities throughout the United States. This had to have been prevalent throughout. And I think about that, and I honestly believe I can tell you now that, there's a lot more people more deserving than me. And they're still stuck there. So, to see this continuing, to see you all here supporting that, there's a lot of guys, men and women, that believe that nobody gives a shit about them. But that's not true. And this is why I have to find my way back into the system again, to let them know that, hey, people do care. They are working. But the flip side of that coin is you have to help yourself while you're here. Now, me having that life sentence, as I told Mark in the class before, I always joined class no matter what facility I was at. I was always participating in some type of class. And the guys would walk down the hall, and if they saw me in a classroom, they would do this to me. And it wasn't loser. It was, you have a life sentence. What are you doing? What are you doing in there? You're not going home. So I'm still in communication with many guys throughout the system. They call me. And I spend a lot of time in the law library. And I was talking to a friend of mine. He said, man, you know what, Rudy? He goes, I was just in the law library last week, and every quarter the new classes come up. And he says, there was a line of about 30 people. And he overheard one of the guys saying, what are you doing here? And the other guy said, shit, it worked for Rudy. And that's the message, that's the message that I want to bring back. This is why I have to go back. You have a lot of guys sitting in the Bureau of Prisons right now because there is no rehabilitation, and they become complacent. And they will sit there in front of that idiot box for 10 hours and do absolutely nothing. So I think one of the other movements that needs to take place, aside from obviously the commutations, is to push that initiative back into the Bureau of Prisons for rehabilitation. We need that. They need it bad. And hopefully with your help and the help of others here, we can make that happen. So thank you.
Well, thank you all. If you have a question, raise your hand and we'll get you a card. But I have one question to start out with, and that is, Aaron talking about the stories that came across your desk. Rudy, your story. I want to ask Roy, What impact did this have on the president of reviewing these? Because my understanding is that he reviewed all the petitions. He read them. He took them to the residents. What impact did it have on him?
So let me not overstate that I was hanging out with the president while he was reading these letters, and I knew exactly what it was. But and I don't know if you received one of his letters.
Yes, I did.
But he hand-signed letters to every single person who he gave clemency to, telling them that he wanted them to succeed, telling them that they had earned this opportunity. And I think it was one of his most proud legacies, to give so many people this opportunity to succeed, to hopefully go back and pull others up and lift others up. And so, I mean, it was something which he was incredibly proud of. It was something that we did a number of events around. I don't know if people remember, he took a group out to lunch. There was a meeting in the Roosevelt Room where they were just meeting with some senior staffers, a number of people who had received clemency over the years. And he took them, he pops in the room and takes this group over to grab lunch at a restaurant called Bus Boys and Poets that actually employs a number of formerly incarcerated individuals. He really, and he pushed. We actually thought that if we hit 1,000 that we would have been really successful. And so to get significantly beyond that was a huge push at the end to get the numbers as high as we felt we could get them.
Yeah. And we got there in terms of numbers. Yeah. So just a follow-up, Aaron, what impact did it have on you? You'd been a defender, so you were familiar with the stories of people that are in the system. But working on clemency for the first time, what impact did it have on you, that wealth of tragedy and hope that's in those files?
Wow, I've never been asked that question. Thank you for asking that. It was, I think it was hard. It was hard because there was a lot of unknowns, and trying to sort out the unknowns and find a path for myself in my office, and also help my attorneys stay on that path. And also help them not get discouraged because they're just out of law school or a year or two into practice. And they have to go through all of the experiences that it took me years to go through as an appellate defender, kind of establishing client contact, building rapport with clients, informing them about what's going on with their case, gathering all of the information, counseling them on options and whether or not we're going to go forward with their case and why. And then ultimately having the conversations with them like your petition was granted or it wasn't. All of that in the span of 1 year, right? And in practice, it took me years to get through all of those different steps and to build skill in all of those steps. So I was really focused on helping them do all of that and also getting up to speed on what they needed to know. So it was a lot. It was a lot, but it was a great experience, and they were really inspiring. And watching them grow as advocates and grow into these petitions and into these positions and kind of building their own confidence was really amazing. In some ways, it was hard for me. I saw my role as kind of helping them write the petitions, right? So I wasn't writing the petitions, I was reviewing them. So I was like holding myself back. I was like, I want the client contact, but I wanted that to be their role. So it's hard for me to not get really involved with what was going on with all of the cases on an individual basis. But really, it was ultimately a really inspiring and amazing experience.
Okay, just one follow-up for Rudy. Rudy, I'll never forget the moment that I got to call you, and the pardon attorney calls you and says, your client has been granted clemency. Call this number at the prison in the next half hour. And so, with this shaky hand, you jot down the number. And then I'm looking at the phone, and I'm thinking, I'm going to get to do this. And I pick it up, and I dial the number. And Rudy, from your end, what happened in that moment when you got the call?
Well, obviously, I was speechless. Just really quick, 20 minutes before I went into that room, I went into the library, there at the institution trying to sign up for yet another class. And when I gave him my ID, he's like, "You took everything there is to take. There's nothing here for you, more to take." He goes, "The only thing we have is a resume class." And he says, "And you're not going home, so, why take it?" I said, "Well, I'll take it anyways." So they show me the computer, and I'm sitting there, and I'm looking at this resume, blank resume, and it says, your job history, and I'm just looking at it, and I'm thinking, well, I worked at the commissary, I worked at the rec department, And the next thing I hear, I just say, "Here's my name, Rudy Martinez being called," and I get up, and the lady says, "You Rudy Martinez?" He goes, "Get over there to the AW's office right now." And I hear them shut down the whole compound, no movement. And I'm like, wow, I only lasted 3 months here at this institution. Here I am on my way back, to the penitentiary. And as I'm walking across, here comes the escorts, and they're walking me across the yard, and the first thing the CO asks me is, the correctional officers, "Man, what did you do?" Because as we're looking at the office, the AW's office, here comes the warden, the special investigating agent, and next thing you know, you have a group of suits standing out there in front. And I'm thinking, man, what did I do? What did I do today? What did I do in the last 3 months since I've been here? And the warden comes and he asks me for my identification. I gave him my ID, and he tells the secretary to escort me to the back room, to the office. And I go into this room. There's a long table. There's a phone sitting there, and I sit down. And my unit manager comes in, and I asked her, "What's going on?" And she goes, "I don't know." And so I'm just sitting there, I'm sitting there, and it's dead quiet. She's not saying anything to me, and the table's just about as long as this table. And, the warden comes in, and he says, "Did they call yet?" And she says, "No." And he says, "Check that phone." The secretary calls up, it rings, they hang up. And then now here comes some more people filing in. They're sitting around, and no one's speaking to me. And the next thing I know, the phone rings, and the executive secretary to the warden picks up, and she says, "Yes, hello." And she says, "Yes, he is," and handed over the phone, and it was Mark. So really quick, up to this point, since my petition was filed in 2013, I never bothered Mark. I sent him one email the whole time, because I didn't want to be one of those guys that, that are hounding your attorneys. Not once. This was the first time in 3 years that I spoke to Mark. And he says, I have some great news for you, but, you're going home. And
I think you dropped the phone.
I'm just looking, and I'm looking at the phone. I think I finally said, "Thank you," and I asked if Bruce knew, Bruce Rubenstein, who was a person who had been advocating for me for 26 years, a writer out of Minneapolis. And he says, "I'm going to contact her. I'll call him or whatever." And but I'll tell you what, when I hung up that phone, the SIA agent, the special investigating agent, he walks in and asked what was going on, and they told him he just got commutation, and he just looked, of all people. But it's just one of those things, love-hate relationship with these guys. But yeah, it was surreal, and it still is. 2 years later, 2.5 years later, I can't believe that, that I'm home.
Well, we're glad you are. So,
Thank you.
we have some questions here from the audience. There's one that I think is important to answer. I'm going to answer it briefly. You are all talking about the federal system solely, yet about 90% of U.S. prisoners are in state facilities. How can we think about expanding commutations to state prisoners? Are there steps being taken to expand commutations to people in Minnesota's Department of Corrections? And I'll address this since I know about Minnesota. And the answer is yes. And in fact, working with my clinic here, we've drafted some legislation that we're hoping will lead to a reform of the system. Minnesota has a terrible clemency system where a petitioner has to appear personally in front of the governor, the attorney general, and the Supreme Court Chief Justice and plead their case. And then those three sit up on a dais and talk about it in front of them and then vote as the person standing there. And they only do this twice a year. So it's a very small pipeline of cases that can get through in a pretty awkward system, to use at any rate. One thing that's fascinating when you look at the state systems is that there's not a red-blue divide. Many of the most productive clemency states are South Carolina, Arkansas. Even next door, South Dakota has a much more efficient clemency system than we have here. So if the question is, are we paying attention to the state systems because that's important? The answer is absolutely yes. Okay, here's another question. There's a stereotype that prisoners often insist on their innocence well into their sentences. Since clemency requires admission of guilt, what would the impact on victims be with greater rates of guilt admission? Well, I guess I'm going to have Aaron, can you take a stab at that? I would say that a lot of the clients that we dealt with during the Obama era, there weren't identifiable victims because it was overwhelmingly narcotics defendants. So we didn't have that victim dynamic. But in terms of admission of responsibility, Aaron, you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so, and we didn't represent any folks who had been convicted of violent offenses, so there wouldn't have been victims in that way. But as to guilt or innocence, and I think Mark says often this isn't the Innocence Project, this is the Guilty Project, right? And there is a question on the clemency, the commutation kind of petition that asks to kind of recount your offense, and I think what the audience is expecting is an admission of guilt and an acceptance of responsibility. And we had most of our clients were willing to reflect on that and take responsibility and say that they did what they were convicted of doing. But not everyone, and for various reasons. A lot of people, and this is where I feel like my appellate lawyering experience came into play. A lot of people feel like there's been grave injustices in their cases for a number of different reasons. And it's hard to let those go, and very understandably so. And so people would think that things happen at trial that shouldn't have happened at trial, and perhaps they shouldn't have happened at trial, right? But we're well past that. And so we'd have to have real conversations with our clients about what to do, what they were willing to say, because we never wanted them to be untruthful on their application. But if there was a way to find a middle ground where we could flag the issues that they felt very strongly about, but also help them reflect on their offense in a way that might be palatable to the audience. So it didn't happen in a lot of cases, but that's where really like kind of the counseling role of a lawyer comes into play, and having frank conversations with clients saying, if you aren't willing to kind of reflect and take some responsibility, likely you aren't going to have a strong chance of getting a grant here. But it's your choice, right? It's your petition, it's your life, it's your choice, it's your story. So do with that information what you will. But we'd have to really have these back and forth conversations, and with some clients it was a lot of back and forth, helping them decide what they wanted to do.
Okay. The next question is for Roy Austin. People who are subject to deportation were not given clemency. What was the reason for that?
So I don't know the exact reason, but we were fighting immigration reform at the same time that we were doing this, and there was a sense from some in the opposing party that there were some people who were more deserving of any kind of justice or clemency than others. And so someone who was receiving deportation, I suspect, the feeling is that this was going to be a harder climb for us, and we had enough petitions of people who were not eligible for deportation. Again, just to give you a sense of where we were, you mentioned the Pell Grants. We put in a program to increase Pell Grants for people who were incarcerated. And the Republicans on the Hill crushed us, saying, why would you give any money to those people? And that's the kind of attitude that we were dealing with day in and day out as we were trying to expand so many of the programs. So, I mean, I think it's the same reason why we never got immigration reform, is that there were people who were believed to be more deserving in a population here where, to a number of people, none were deserving. And so there were kind of random cutoffs that were done. And so that's one of those cutoffs.
Okay.
One
Sure,
point to that
please do.
too. For those of you who follow clemency initiatives on the state level, there have been a number of movements by governors stating that they are considering deportation consequences when considering kind of clemency, state clemency as a way to reduce the immigration effects of a criminal conviction. So I think that's happening on the state level, if not on the federal level. Now, what impact a commutation grant would actually have on deportation or removability is a kind of open question, but I think that is an ongoing dialogue now.
Yeah. Okay. The next question is one that I think I'm going to have to answer, which is, why did Deborah Leff feel she had to resign? Because you were within the administration, I doubt you can go there. And I do know the answer to this. So Deborah Leff was the pardon attorney between 2014 and 2016? No, until
Would have been earlier.
Okay. But in the middle part of the second term of Obama and into that. And she was somebody who had come to Washington with the president, I believe. She was somebody who was from Chicago and was worked at the Access to Justice office within DOJ before she was made the pardon.
Which has been closed down.
It has?
Yes.
That's tragic. Okay. But a longtime activist for a number of progressive issues. She had, when she resigned, she wrote a resignation letter. The resignation letter was not meant to be public. She didn't release it or anything. A journalist, Gregory Corte from USA Today, got the resignation letter through the Freedom of Information Act. There's one thing, that things were released through the Freedom of Information Act at that time. In that resignation letter, it said that she was resigning in part because she'd had conflicts with the Deputy Attorney General. And the reason that was significant is because when petitions are reviewed, they go from the pardon attorney to the Deputy Attorney General to the White House counsel to the President. And there's staff interventions at all three of those levels prior to the President as well. So there's 7 levels of review. The other thing that she said in her letter was one of the reasons she felt she had to resign, was that her line of direct communication to the White House counsel and the President had apparently been cut off, or she felt that it had. And after she resigned, a prosecutor from Philadelphia named Robert Zausmer stepped in as the acting pardon attorney. Worked 24/7, what I understand, and was able to get through a lot of the petitions and send them upstream, where many of them eventually were granted. Do you want to add anything to that, Roy?
I mean, look, that resignation letter was incredibly powerful. I'm not in the administration anymore. I think that resignation letter changed the way things were done. I think it actually had the best possible effect. We also moved to Deputy Attorney General Sally Yates, who was absolutely fantastic on this issue and all criminal justice reform issues. And her whole life had been spent as a prosecutor in Atlanta. So I'm proud of Deborah Leff for what she did, because we were moving at a snail's pace prior to that letter getting released, and things changed.
Okay. Anybody else have it? Aaron, you have anything in it? Okay. This is one that really all three of you could talk about probably. What do you think the goals of the Clemency Initiative were to the administration? We know that, and Aaron, you discussed that to some degree. And what do you think they should have been? Or were the goals of the administration fine? And I think maybe they don't mean the specific criteria, but the broader goals. And Roy, maybe you could speak to that first, to the as it was being framed up, what were the broad goals of the initiative?
It was to get out as many people as possible, and this is where I think we fell short, which is that Professor Osler and Professor Barco had a plan for how we sustain this thing through future administrations and get it out of the Department of Justice. And by not doing that, we're in the situation we are right now, where someone like Joe Arpaio gets clemency or gets pardoned. We don't have a system that is outside of the Department of Justice that gets more and more people who are not worried about the political ramifications of their decisions. So, I think the goal was just our goal was simply to get out as many people as we felt we could. And I think we were effective at that, but we did not build a sustainable system.
Aaron, what did you sense from the cases that got granted, for example, the goals were?
My sense was to get people out and specifically kind of in a specific group of people, which is folks who had been very harshly sentenced under old drug crimes. And I think that's an admirable goal, and I think that's a great first step, thinking about populations to target for reform. So I have no problem with I think that's an amazing goal. I just wish, and I think we agree on, I wish it had been maybe implemented differently or in a different manner so that it could actually reach more people who would fall within that goal.
Okay. And finally, Rudy, I think this is important because what people are talking about and what they think inside the prison is often very different than what people are thinking or sense is happening outside the prison. What do people think in the prison was going on with this program?
Just first of all, to touch on what you guys were talking about right now, as far as there was nothing wrong with the goals. The goals were there. I think what happened was time. We didn't have enough time. Mm-hmm. And when you talk about the Obama administration, when he's first coming into office, he's concentrating on the Obamacare and what have you. And this took off late, and there just wasn't enough time. Hence the mad rush, to get attorneys and to train them and what have you. You were a blessing and a curse at the same time because, I was fortunate enough to get Professor Osler to represent me, but at the same time, the guys that were incarcerated with me, once, they read an article in the New York Times or something like that, they're like, oh, that's Rudy's attorney. So, Rudy has to know what's going on. So every day out in the yard, 20 to 30 guys would ask me, your lawyer's in, he goes to the White House. I don't know what's going on. I'm here with you guys, but they swore up and down that I had, the inside information, and I didn't. But yes, it boils down to just not having enough time.
Okay. I guess we've got a couple minutes left, and I want to ask each of you briefly, our topic was the past, really, the Obama administration. But what is the one thing we should have learned from that experience taking forward? If you were to talk to somebody who's running for the Democratic primary, for example, for 2020, what's the one thing you should tell them that should have been learned from the experience in the Obama administration?
I don't have one thing. I got like 40 things.
You've got a briefing book.
Yeah. Look, I will actually kind of defer this question to someone who I became good friends with, which is Mark Holden, because he actually has access now to the current administration. And it's just to not be afraid of criminal justice reform, to realize that our system is horrible, that there's not a single good reason that we have right now to lock up people for 20, 30 years. Not a single good reason to do so. And if the Republicans change kind of the temperature on that issue, it's going to give the Democrats more courage to push further. And so hopefully Mark is able to build on the First Step Act and get more Republicans behind this effort, because that is what is going to actually create real, lasting, permanent, necessary change.
I agree with all that. As for clemency, I'd say we should just adopt all of the suggestions that you and Rachel have made about how to reform the process. I think we need a clearer process and a more reliable process for for petitioning for clemency. But I think part of it also goes back to where you started, which is that we live in this culture of fear and focusing on the negative, right? The Willie Horton effect, I think, is still very present in the way we talk about crime and politics. And so I think we need to shift the focus and not be afraid to take a chance on people, and focus on be reassured in all of the many, many, many stories of success, and create policy out of that instead of policies out of the aberrational folks who do really horrible things, the failure stories.
Rudy, you get the last 30 seconds.
You know, when we talk about the Republicans, and it's this whole hug-a-thug mentality, if you do something for a convict, you know, you're coddling us. And that's just the mentality they have also in the Bureau of Prisons. But I'm going to tell you what, at first I was kind of skeptical about President Trump. I met Allison last night for the first time, and I see he's coming around. You know, I really hope, with his ego that he has, that he doubles or triples the amount that Obama released, you know, and that's really what I'm hoping for. And, and he can let go some of his cronies, that's fine. Let go 5 or 10 of them, but let go 3,000, 4,000 of us, you know, and I'll be happy with that.
Great. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
And now we have a little break until 10:30 and come back for a great panel then. Wow, that was fabulous. It started up again here. So. Okay. Is this on? I have an easier time starting class. Well, welcome back, everybody. We have a fabulous second panel here, and I want to introduce our moderator. Our moderator, Nkechi Taifa, has been one of the most influential people on me in terms of an advocate that I've come across. I've been greatly honored to collaborate and learn from her on these issues and others. She is the leader of the Justice Roundtable, which is a group of groups, basically, that meets, coordinates activities, discusses what's going on. She was a leader in addressing the crack powder disparity. I think probably she deserves the lion's share of the credit for that getting changed. And then turned to Clemency. And as I've often said, she's the one who reached out to me and said, "Mark, you gotta talk about this," and brought me in. And so it's my great honor to introduce our moderator, Nkechi Taifa.
So thank you so very much, Mark. And it gives me great honor and pleasure to be back here again at St. Thomas. I know when I first met you, I thought I was going to be spending a lot of time in the islands. I thought St. Thomas, I didn't know we were talking about St. Thomas, Minneapolis. But actually, Mark, I don't quite know what to say because in my mind, you were my savior after the passage of the Fair Sentencing Act in 2010, which so many of us worked so very hard, myself for really over 17 years, to make happen. It was a devastating blow that it was not one-to-one. It was a devastating blow that it was not retroactive, but it was the right thing to do at the right time after all of those years. So after that, I was thinking, well, what can we do? I mean, all these people who are still in prison, who were not impacted, being able to be impacted by that law, and it was their very stories that served to inspire the change in the law, which became known as the Fair Sentencing Act. And I was saying amongst my colleagues, well, I think we need some blanket commutations or something like that. And then even amongst the progressive community, it did not pass the laugh test. People said, Nkechi, get serious. So when I saw Mark Osler's article, that said something to the effect of some type of clemency board that was way back during the Ford administration, where he looked at all of the cases of the draft dodgers from the Vietnam War and basically established a board to look at those cases in mass. And it was a process that worked, and the inspiration really, really hit. And I said, we got to do something about that with clemency. So we didn't use the words blanket commutation or anything like that, a very politically acceptable, okay, term in terms of establishing a board, a bipartisan board or commission to look at these issues. So that's where we are today, and we're going to talking about continuing that whole process. I just want to say that last night I was at a gala at the Watergate Hotel, and it was a gala in celebration of the beginnings of what is called Second Chance Month, spearheaded by a Prison Fellowship, whose founder, Charles Colson, actually, when I went through the tour of the Watergate scandal room that they call his picture was all over there, Nixon and all the, everything. But what was so amazing about that is the impact that someone had who became very proximate to the issue, because he himself went to prison, okay, and saw who was there and saw the need for mercy and for forgiveness and for compassion and for redemption, and dedicated the rest of his life, as I'm talking about Chuck Colson, okay, to doing something, about it. So again, it gives me great pleasure to know that this is, in fact, a bipartisan issue, and that's really the only way, okay, that we're going to be able to be victorious. Wow, some of my favorite advocates here. This is the second panel, the panel Advocacy Now. We've talked about the Obama legacy. Now we're going to talk about what's going on now, and later on we're going to talk about the past and the future. But what I would like to do is introduce our panelists and then give them about 10 or so minutes to talk and reflect. I might open it up with one or two questions and then open it up to you all. So if you have those little cards, write out your question and give it to the appropriate person. So I'm going to introduce each of them. I'm going to start with Jason Hernandez. Oh, my goodness. Wow. What can I say? We're talking about someone who was sentenced to life without parole, people. Life without parole at the tender age of 21 years old, okay? We're talking about for a nonviolent crack cocaine offense. We're talking about somebody who prepared his own clemency petition. Wasn't no Clemency Resource Center back then in those days. There was no, nothing really, prepared his own clemency petition. Started a grassroots movement called Crack Open the Door to help other people with their own petitions as well. Luckily, you hit the jackpot. Jason, where's Rudy? Hit the jackpot. Shouldn't be a jackpot, but you definitely hit it, because Jason was one of what they call the Super Obama 8. The first 8 persons released during the Obama administration, December 19, 2013. I'm very proud to say that he's a Soros Justice Fellow, and he has his memoir on the way called Not Born to Be a Prisoner. Can't wait, Jason. Sitting beside Jason is none other than Mark Holder. He is the Holden. Oh, my goodness. He is the Senior Vice President and General Counsel and Corporate Secretary of Koch Industries Incorporated. He provides legal, government, and public affairs services to Koch Industries and its affiliates. He's a longtime advocate of criminal justice. I got the opportunity to be just a little bit more proximate to his world as he has been very proximate to the lives of many people that I know who are languishing and still languishing in prison. Last night, can I tell them? I got proximate to your world because you invited me to, can I say it? Don't tell them. I can't tell. Okay, I can't tell you. But let's just say, I'll just say thank you. Okay, I'm bad in the kitchen. Now, everybody's going to want to know what it is, but it's all good. Let's go on over to Sean Hopwood. Sean is an associate professor of law at Georgetown University Law School. We're talking about a really unusual legal journey for a law professor. I just got to say it. I'm going to say you committed a string of bank robberies. I just always want to, say that because you did that. You ended up in federal prison, but you did some really phenomenal things from that point on. You assisted prisoners with their legal briefs, even to the extent of having the Supreme Court accept your briefs for in writ of certiorari, and things went totally uphill from there. After prison, he went to law school. He clerked for a federal judge. He landed a sweet position as a law professor at a premier law school, Georgetown. He also has a memoir, lawman memoir of a jailhouse lawyer. And I know we were on a panel recently with the new book with Rachel Barco. And, someone told me, Nikita, you got to stop saying, I said a couple of times, I talked about your privilege, okay? And they say you need to stop saying that. But I'll just say, you use your privilege the right way. Thank you. You use your privilege to open up doors. You use your privilege to highlight injustices, and you need to keep on doing that. So with that, let's give all of our panelists a big hand. And I want each of you all to take about 10 minutes to discuss yourself as an advocate now in the world of clemency, but you can also touch on your journey, from where you were as well. And I'm going to start with Jason, and I know you have a very tear-jerking presentation that you're going to kick off with. Jason Hernandez.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm a kind of a reserved person, right? I wish I had just the ounce of electricity that Nikichi had, right? So this is going to go from, like, how they say 0 to 100, it's going to go from 100 to 0. Because I'm really kind of, I wish I had that spunk like Nikichi did, because I think it would make me a better advocate. And again, it's just an honor to be here. Last night I was at a dinner with a lot of the students, and again, I don't talk very well, but last night, we were talking about clemency, and that's kind of like all that I know, right? I'm kind of a lame person. I'll tell people, like, I'm boring. If we're not talking about criminal justice reform, I don't know what else to talk about, because that's all I talk about in my day-to-day life, and I've been doing since I was incarcerated in 1998. But it was just a beautiful sight to listen to the students, to see their perspective, and to see what Mark has done here. This is pretty special with the clinic that Mark has created. And I remember over the years, and I don't remember if Mark remembers, but there were times where I met him, and I would probably call him Paul or Peter, right? And the reason I would kind of refer to him like that, because I see him, this might sound like silly or something, but I see Mark as like almost a disciple as the work that he's doing, right, with clemency. The word clemency itself, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's mentioned 6 or 7 times in the Bible. And for Mark to be teaching students, I think it's so powerful. And I think that right now, empathy is a big thing that's going on in the criminal justice system. And I don't think there's a better way to teach empathy than having students work on clemency petitions, to learn about the families that are also doing the time with those individuals that are incarcerated. Another thing, and I think I had told Mark this as well, if not, I told his students, that if he were to ever go to prison, and I don't think he ever will, but if he were to ever go to prison, he would, if he would go to the law library, he would be very well known. Because I remember when I was incarcerated and I would read circuit court decisions or circuit court appeal decisions, I would see Mark Osler's name, especially when it came to crack cocaine and why the penalties were unjust and too harsh and how it resulted in the racial disparity. And I would always just see, like, who is this Mark Osler guy, right? What does he know? That don't even sound like a name that even deals crack cocaine, right? But he knew everything about it. And I remember it was just such an honor to meet him, and Nikichi as well. I had heard about Nikichi back in prison when I was back in 2010, 2011. She was one of the few. You talk about clemency. When clemency wasn't cool, Nikichi and Mark were on it, right? They had the pulse of it, and they were trying to bring light to it. And the power of clemency, that's what we're here to talk about as well. I was released in 2015, August the 11th. Shortly thereafter, they did a story on me, and they had asked me to read my Clemency. They had asked me to read the executive order that President Barack Obama had issued to me. And I'll be honest, I hadn't read it probably in about. You would think that I would read it every day, but I hadn't read it in quite some time. And the producer said, "Hey, where's the executive order at? Can we take a picture of it?" I was like, "Yeah, sure. Let me go get it." And she goes, "Well, can you read it for me?" And I was like, "You sure?" She was like, "Yeah, I want to see you read it." And when she asked me to read it, this is what happened.
If we go back and fix these mistakes while we still can, the effect can be transformative. Look at Jason Hernandez, who was sentenced to life in prison for dealing drugs, including crack. Watch him read his commutation from the president.
Be it known that I, Barack Obama, President of the United States of America, in consideration of the premises, there's other good and sufficient reasons be thereunto moving, do hereby grant the said application.
Let me tell you just how moving that is. I'm moved by it, and I'm British. And we are so...
If they didn't show the petition that close at the beginning, but if you could see it, there was. I mean, there's tears on it. There's spots on there from coffee stains, cheese stains. Because when I received it, I probably, I slept with it that night, right? And they didn't want to release me back to the yard because they felt that prisoners were going to be jealous and wanted to retaliate against me. And I was like, nah, they're not going to want to retaliate against me. They're going to be happy. This is going to give them hope. I have to go back to that yard. I have to show them that it's possible, not to give up. And I just remember going all across the prison yard and just showing it to everybody. And people asking me to file clemency petitions for them. And you have that, what is called that survivor's guilt, right? And I felt so bad. I remember grabbing two prisoners that had life without parole as well, because when I started Crack Open the Door, which advocated for first-time nonviolent crack cocaine offenders serving life without parole, I had told them, I'm gonna get us out of here, right? I'm gonna get us out of here. And at that time, I was the only one that received clemency. And I told them I was so sorry. I remember we were in the cell, and I said, I'm so sorry that I didn't fight hard enough. And I remember Kenneth Evans, he had told me, man, President Barack Obama couldn't let out a better person, because we know that you're going to get out and you're going to fight for us, and you're not going to give up. At that time, I'll be honest, I just thought, this gentleman's going to die in this cell right here. Like, what I received was just struck a fortune of luck that there's not going to be any more. At that time, I didn't know how many commutations had been issued. But fortunately, Kenneth Evans, 2 years later, received clemency as well. And we're here to talk about clemency and the future of clemency, but I think that if you want to, where do we go from here, or where are we at right now, you have to go back in time, starting with the Obama administration. And on December the 19th, 2013, something very, very extraordinary happened, something that sent shockwaves throughout the criminal justice movement and reformers, and that was the commutation of 8 prisoners. Those 8 prisoners were 7 African Americans, 1 Hispanic, which was me. We were all crack cocaine offenders. 6 had life without parole. 2 had 30-year sentences. And the reason that sent shockwaves throughout the criminal justice world was because up until that moment, if you were a minority, you were almost 4 times likely to be denied clemency. And to put that in perspective, when President Bush, he granted, I think, 189 commutations in 8 years. Of those 189 commutations he granted, 7 of them were African American, 4 of them were Hispanic, 1 Native American, 1 Asian. Then you focus on the time length of the individuals that had 6 life without parole sentences, 2 30-year sentences. Up until that point, there had only been one person throughout history that had been granted clemency serving life without parole, and that was in 2008, and that was by President Bush as well. When you think of somebody granting somebody clemency, again, there could be a lot of political fallback and retribution. And not so much just for their crime, but when you think about somebody serving life without parole, you have this perception of what these people might look like, or how they might act. Maybe he wasn't a bad person at the moment he committed his crime, or when he did commit his crime, but he's been in prison 10 years, 20 years. At that time, I had been in prison 15 years. I ultimately did nearly 18, and was released. But there were other individuals who had did 20 years incarceration. And prison does change a person, man or woman. And at that time, I thought, we were considered the Obama 8. Nobody was focusing on clemency that much, other than Mark, of course, and Nikichi. When I was released, there were stories about me, and this was one of them that we just showed. And I had this misconception about the federal government, right? That they're geniuses, that they know everything. And we just found out from the previous panel that they don't, right? I was picturing they had this elaborate clemency room, and they had like machines, and they were in white coats and labs. Everything was perfectly filed. And it looks like they just had things just scattered all over, and they didn't know what to do with it. Based on the stories like that, people were reaching out to me, mothers, daughters. One individual here, Enrica, I think an elementary school teacher. Elementary school teacher. And they had heard about the petition that I put together. And people would call me and said, hey, I heard, they would call me, email me, message me, and said, we heard that you're an expert on clemency petitions. And I'm like, huh? Like, who told you this? And, well, this attorney told me to contact you, that you knew everything to do about it. And at that time, I didn't even know how to work a computer. And there was another school teacher that we did a clemency petition for a lady named Josephine Ledesma, who I was introduced to through Amy Pova, who was serving a lady that was serving life without parole for a nonviolent drug crime. She had been in 23 years at that time. I couldn't do the petition. I didn't know how to do Microsoft Word or Google Docs. But I found something about elementary teachers, right? We had to start clemency classes in elementary school, Mark.
I used to be an elementary school teacher.
Look here, Mark, were you an elementary teacher too at one time?
No.
No?
Not a good teacher.
So what I would do is I would type stuff out. I remember for Josephine's, I would type stuff out on email and kind of take pictures of it. Then I would send the picture to the elementary teacher and say, this is how we need to put this petition together, because I don't know how to formulate it. Ultimately, I assisted in 6 other individuals receiving clemency, and it was through the same process. All I did was kind of give them the tools to how to file the petition. I received clemency, and I was considered a leader organizer at that time. If you looked at the criteria set by the Obama administration, I should have never received clemency. And I remember telling organizations that y'all are rejecting filing applications for people on the basis that they're leader organizer or some other little small facet. And I'm living proof that I was one of the first ones to receive clemency, and y'all shouldn't be doing that. At the end of the day, President Barack Obama granted over 1,700 commutations. Over 500 of them were lifers, right? 500. Clemency was on fire. And I think that the day President Trump won the election, or the day he was inaugurated, everything on clemency just died down. And if I'm not mistaken, I think even Clemency Project 2014 shut down that day, right? Clemency was dead to everybody. I have mothers, I have daughters calling me, and I don't know what to tell them. And then, by the grace of God, Alice Marie Johnson received clemency through Donald Trump. And then clemency's back on fire again, right? Everybody's focusing on it, from athletes to actors, Kim Kardashian, John Legend. Everybody's it's a hot thing again. Everybody wants to be a part of it. Now, President Barack Obama has took And even me, I criticized him greatly. I wrote op-eds about him not exercising his clemency executive power enough. But I don't put blame on President Barack Obama. I put blame on law schools, right? I put blame on criminal justice organizations who are not focusing on clemency other than when it's a hot topic, right? There's 3 ladies that I filed clemency petitions for right now. 3 ladies serving life without parole. One of them has been in there for 25 years. Every single one of them, first-time nonviolent offender. And the only reason I can feel why they didn't receive clemency through President Barack Obama, which we have refiled under Donald Trump, hint, hint, Mark. The only reason I can feel why they didn't receive clemency was because they were subject to deportation. President Barack Obama, when they issued their initiative, and I was the one that gave Roy Austin that question, why did anybody that was subject to deportation not receive clemency? Why are they not, somebody that's not a citizen of this country cannot receive mercy from this country? One of the things that I'm focusing in on right now is trying to expand clemency, not only on the federal level, but on the state level. Through a Social Justice Fellowship, I'm creating a clemency tool guide, workbook, study guide, and what it does is that it gives prisoners the tools that they need, not to only put a petition together, but to do their own advocacy work from prison, like I did. The other part of it will be for if they have a loved one, or if there is a school clinic, or somebody that wants to help them, that it gives them the tools on how to put a clemency petition together, how to advocate, how to lobby, how to do conferences like this, how to use social media. Because at the end of the day, if you're a prisoner or you have a loved one that's incarcerated, you don't care if the president is Democrat or Republican, if it's his first year or if it's his last year. You want your loved one out, and you're going to do whatever it takes day in, day out, right? And I have a lot of respect for the organizations, right? I understand resources, resources are limited. But at the end of the day, I want to empower the person that's in prison. I want to empower the family. And not only just on the federal system, but my toolkit will be designed on the state level as well. And what I want to focus on for the prisoner and for the family is to tell them, don't go at it alone. Find other prisoners that are similarly situated to you and do a campaign. Find the statute that put you in there, try to lobby, try to change that statute as well. Just don't think about yourself. Clemency reform. We need clemency reform as well, and I will keep it short right here because I know Mark's doing it in Minnesota. And Alabama, you can't even file for a commutation of sentence if you're not sentenced to the death penalty, you can't even file for a commutation of sentence. And what I want to push for is that clemency on a mass scale, right? Where it can be used to empty our prisons, where it can be used to restore rights of those that come out of prison and those that are out of prison, just like the war on drugs created mass incarceration and has stripped the rights of our citizens. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jason. So Mark Holden, tell us about your advocacy now and your journey. Talk to us.
Thank you, Nikichi. And thank you, Jay. That was wonderful. I told you to keep the expectations low. Now you're just blowing it up. So anyway, and then he goes next. So you're probably going to forget everything I say, which may be good or not. I don't know. But hi, I'm really excited to be here today. And I want to start off just generally why I'm involved with criminal justice reform, and then more importantly, in a lot of ways, why Charles Koch and Koch Industries is. And it's pretty simple. We want to remove all these barriers to opportunity that keep people from succeeding. And there's a lot of them out there. But from my perspective, for sure, and Charles and his brother David feel the same way, the criminal justice system is a major driver of poverty and misery in this country, and it has been for generations, and it's just completely immoral and unacceptable. So we've been working on these issues for several years. Charles has been working on it pretty much his whole life. My first taste of the criminal justice system, other than getting arrested when I was 17, it wasn't my fault that I got arrested. It was my fault, and I did get arrested. And then I got a real second chance because I lived across the street from the sheriff of Worcester County, from Worcester, Massachusetts, and he got me a job working in the prison for a couple of years when I was in college. And it was really eye-opening for me. And it was a number of people I grew up with, kids from the same neighborhood, I went to the same schools and all that, who were incarcerated. And it was mostly, this is the start of the war on drugs, and I always do this when I'm talking about the war on drugs. Newsflash, for the 48th year in a row, drugs have won the war on drugs. We're fighting the wrong issues, but I digress. Anyway, it was the start of the war on drugs. A bunch of my friends were addicts who made really poor decisions, didn't have any family support, had dropped out of school. The stories we hear again and again and again and again. And back then, where they were incarcerated in Worcester, there were no off-ramps to opportunity. There wasn't any reentry type programs, and so they just progressively got worse. One of them was a classmate of mine that I had to do a suicide watch on, which was really, really intense. And so that, from a young age, when I was not particularly enlightened, and I've never been into politics that much. I'm a big sports fan. I was very focused on Larry Bird and the Celtics back then. But that really stuck with me for my whole life, that these people could have easily been me, and it was one of those things about, you talk about second chances, I got one, and it was there, but for the grace of God go I. And so I've carried that with me to this day. And so the criminal justice system, your point about it is pretty funny about, oh, we have this clemency program, and it's all perfect because the government knows everything. Take it for what it's worth. I work for Koch Industries, but we see a lot of failed big government programs and pay-to-play systems. The criminal justice system is the worst. It is a two-tiered system, as Brian Stevenson always talks about, where the rich and guilty get a much better deal than the poor and the innocent. And it really ends up creating a two-tiered society, a two-tiered system. And we might be able to put up with that if it made us safer, it made communities safer, and we were saving money, and people were coming out of prison better, but none of that's really happening at all, and it hasn't happened in generations. And so we've got a system, our goal would be for a criminal justice system that worked. Our goal would be that it is something that keeps everybody safe, all the stakeholders, everybody in the communities, law enforcement, everybody is safe. Next, you'd want to have equal rights, equal justice. We know that's not true. It was kind of, as an aside, interesting this week. I don't watch the show, but it was the guy in Chicago, whatever his name is, I can't remember it. But I don't follow this stuff much, the popular media stuff, but people were like going to the fainting couches because they dropped the charges against him. And I was like, where you been, man? This is how it works. He's rich. And that's the way our system is, and it's completely unacceptable. So it's not equal justice, it's not equal rights. You have to have money, and if you don't, you're going to get run over. And if you don't have any support, you're going to get run over. And it's really, everything can be a life sentence, no matter how many years you actually get for whatever crime they charge you with. So we want to see that change, and really we want a system that's much more redemptive, much more restorative, less punitive, so people get second chances. That's a good thing to do from a moral perspective, but it's just common sense, because people who come out of prison better, as my friend Van Jones says, better not bitter, they're going to be a positive member of society. That should be our goal, to help them to succeed, because then we save money and we save lives, and they're not hurting other people going forward. But instead, we got a system that just is too much all the way. We overuse our criminal laws just all the time. We over-criminalize certain aspects of our society, whether it's people who use drugs. We over-prosecute them, over-sentence them. They get over-incarcerated. And then when they get out, surprise, there's another second prison with all the collateral consequences to a criminal conviction in this country. And there's over 50,000 across the United States to keep people from basic needs like housing and being able to get benefits, jobs, education, licenses, you name it. And then we're surprised when people end up back in prison, and oftentimes it's for, as you probably all know, technical violations, some for more serious offenses. I'm surprised that the recidivism rates aren't higher than they are. We were in Ohio this week for meetings with state legislators and stakeholders. They're going to do some more criminal justice reform in Ohio, so we're pretty excited about that. And they were very excited because they had a 30% recidivism rate. And they were kind of all like patting themselves on the back. And I gave a presentation, and I said, basically, 30%, that is better, but you know, if you had 30% of your bridges collapsing, 30% of your skyscrapers falling, 30% of your, you know, whatever, 30% of people were dying every day in your society, you'd be completely, you know, apoplectic and would think that's completely unacceptable. But somehow, because it's people we don't think about or really obviously don't care about, we think that's good. And I don't know, I probably brought the mood down like I always do, but I'm so tired of it. And the reality is we shouldn't just be looking at what is a recidivism rate. We should be looking at, you know, what do we need to make people better? And our system doesn't do that. Our system isn't built that way. It's not intentional. It's just the way it's set up. It's just set up that it's going to, if you don't have resources and you can't navigate it, you're going to get crushed. It's rare when we have people like Sean and Jason who come out better and more fulfilled, and it's really probably more, and like my good friend Alice, who come out, you know, just so inspiring everybody. It's rare that happens. People usually just get worse and worse. And all you need to know about our system is that, you know, however you want to look at it, from every aspect of it, it's broken. You can look at the front-end issues, the number of laws we have at the federal level. We don't know how many federal criminal laws we have. The Department of Justice has been asked twice to tabulate how many there are. And both times have come back and said, we don't know, there's too many, we can't do it. And while that wouldn't work in any fourth grade grammar school math class, it's a completely acceptable answer in Washington, D.C. So we don't know how many federal criminal laws we have, but every year we pass another 20 or 30 if we can. That is stopping now, thankfully. We're going to talk about the First Step Act a little bit, or at least I am. But that's just the beginning of it. And once you've got something where you've got 5,000 is the estimate federal criminal laws, 300,000 federal criminal regulations, you're kind of not comparing this to Stalinist Russia, but the chief of the secret police in Stalinist Russia used to say, show me the man, I'll show you the crime. And that's what you see an awful lot of times. It's a way that they have this huge toolkit that they can pretty much get anyone they want caught up in it. A lot of laws without intent. Asked Alice Johnson about laws without intent, what happened to her in her case. It's ridiculous. She got a life sentence. My God, she saved so many lives, but she got a life sentence for something that she shouldn't even gone to prison for, in my opinion. So those are the types of things we're looking at. I want to address one thing, and my good friend Roy Austin has put a lot on me to get the Trump administration to do a lot of clemencies, and I'm going to do what I can, like we always try to do. But I think it's important that we don't ever say that anything positive that happens in the criminal justice system is meager or isn't much or isn't this or isn't that. You're looking at a system for generations that's just gotten worse and worse. I mean, you look at the Center for American Progress had a recap of some of the issues with the crime bill, and everyone talks about the Willie Horton stuff, which was terrible under Bush. But let's give Bill Clinton his credit as well, and Joe Biden, all right? I mean, this has been bipartisan. We all own it. But what we've seen is there was such a rush to be more tough on crime, and all the incentives were set up that way. What the statistic, I think, is from 1995 to 2010, or maybe it's 1990 to 2005, every 10 days on average, we built a new prison or jail in this country. I mean, it's insane, right? And so you'd like to see the whole system that's been set up this way that's just completely failing, we'd like to see it just be changed instantly. That's not going to happen. And it takes too much time, but we're seeing more and more progress. It obviously started in Texas back in 15 years ago, where they decided not to build a new prison, and instead they tried other things to keep people out who don't need to be in. Those who are in, who need some time away, get better. There's programs for them, and then ultimately they've saved over $4 billion, which is great. They've also closed 8 prisons, which is great, but the best part is their crime rates are really low. It's the lowest it's been in the 1960s. So we've seen more and more of that. And so I've been in some situations where people will say, that's meager, it's not enough. Again, my good friend Roy Austin said today that the First Step Act was just a half step forward. When you've never taken any steps forward, when you've had years and generations ruined because of these punitive measures that had no data behind them, whether it's mandatory minimums or anything else, when you've never done anything before to make it less punitive, more redemptive, more positive situation for people in prison, That's a big effing deal, all right? And I don't care what anyone says, it is, and it needs to be celebrated. And to not celebrate it is to really, it's disrespectful to my colleagues here, people like Alice Johnson, people like Matthew Charles, and many others, because they've earned this. And is it perfect? No. We're going to work really hard to make sure it works as well as it can, but we've got a shot now. And it's the first time in my lifetime where I've seen people now who are looking to governors and state legislators, people in Congress. They want to do more of this. It's like the hot thing to do. So we got to keep that moving forward. We have to really, everything that happens that's positive, we need to celebrate it. And then hopefully, I hope it's, within the next 5 to 10 years, this is all going to change. It'll probably take longer, but we finally have a shot, and that's an important thing. And, one of the things that I just want to close with is that if you look at all the different things that happen in our criminal justice system, for me, it's just the way it breaks people, what I've seen, and obviously my colleagues here have a much better sense of that. But then I meet so many people coming out that have hope, and the last thing I'll talk about is this. We think it's going to be hopefully a game changer in reentry. We have a pilot program called Safe Streets and Second Chances. We're in 4 states right now. We'd love to get into this state at some point. We're going to hopefully be in Ohio soon. And it's the whole idea is we're in 4 states, Texas, be real quick here, Florida, Pennsylvania, and Kentucky. And the whole idea is people coming out of prison, we're doing a pilot program. Half of them are going to get the program we have. It's innovative, we think. Florida State University professor Carrie Pettis-Davis has put it together. And the other half are going to get what these institutions provide typically for people coming out of prison. And we're early on, it's all about data, all about getting information. We're going to show our math, we're going to share it with everybody because this is the largest clinical trial ever for people returning from prison. And one of the things the opening surveys we did with the people who volunteered for it, we just asked them what are their goals and aspirations. And none of this should probably be a surprise for you all who work with people who are formerly incarcerated. But to a person, everybody wants to have a good job, have a good life, be with their families, have a positive relationship, get educated, practice their faith or religion, all of these things. Everybody, we know this, they want the same things that we want. And I think back to when I was in Worcester, Mass., and my friends couldn't get that and had no chance. We're now doing that, and it's becoming more and more. The way we talk about it is much better. It's much more positive. And at the same time, when these surveys come out, we see that basically 100% of the people who we're working with and trying to serve and get better, they've been all the victims of great trauma, whether it's sexual assault, just beatings, seeing their loved ones die, et cetera. So that's what one of the things I always talk about is I think there should be a new criminal law that says before any politician can try to pass a punitive criminal justice bill, they need to go to a prison and talk to people and meet people, because I guarantee they will not want to punish anyone anymore. So thank you for having me here today. I didn't talk much about clemency. I'm all in on it, but I'm going to rely on Jason and Sean and Amy and others, and I'll just do what they tell me. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Professor Sean Hopwood.
Oh, I love it when I hear Professor Sean Hopwood. Well, if only because I have to make sure you're talking to me. When my students say that, I always tend to do this and make sure that they're, oh, that's right, I am the professor. And the reason I feel that way is because my story is just, well, I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't honestly really be here and be in the position I am, given how punitive the American criminal justice system is and how hard it is for people when they do get out to actually have a law-abiding, successful life. And my story starts, I grew up in rural Nebraska, family that was really poor, uneducated, no one had gone to college. But on the whole, I had a pretty good childhood. And so when you hear that I committed 5 armed bank robberies, I don't have a lot of excuses for that, other than I was young, dumb, foolish, 20-year-old man. Neuroscience has actually caught up with us now. I bet I do not have to explain to any woman in the audience that young men's brains mature slower than women's do, and that we're not always rational actors. And so a lot of the things in the criminal justice system, like the idea of deterrence, will sentence one person to 20 years, and it will deter all of these 18, 19, 20-year-old young men from committing this crime. Well, that assumes that they are acting rationally. And from what I see, most of the time, people are not. I went to prison, was sentenced to 12 years and 3 months for 5 armed bank robberies. When I went to prison, the one thing I quickly realized was I didn't like it. There weren't many great things about federal prison. It's just an awful environment where every day, explicitly or implicitly, you're told you're worthless and that you will never change, and that even if you are given a second chance, it will only be a matter of time before you will make a mistake and come back to prison. And so we wonder why people come out and commit new crimes. Well, if you're in that environment for 10, 20, 30 years, it's really hard to overcome it. And yet we have lots of examples of people who, despite the really horrific conditions, have overcome it, whether it's Alice Marie Johnson, Matthew Charles, Jason Hernandez, and so many others. And that was my story. I went to federal prison, lucked out, and got a job in the prison law library. First 6 months, all I did was hand out books. I wanted nothing to do with the law. For one, I couldn't have named a right in the Bill of Rights. For two, when I pulled those law books down and actually tried to read them, well, for you first-year law school students in the room, sometimes it feels like they're written in another language, right? And that was very much the sense I got about the law and its complexities, right up until June 26 of 2000, when the Supreme Court of the United States handed down a decision called Apprendi v. New Jersey, and I, along with every other person in federal prison, thought that this decision should apply to the sentencing guidelines and that we were all going to get sentencing reductions. Of course, none of us, myself included, knew why, but that was what started my journey of trying to learn the law and help get people out of federal prison. And everyone sees the cert petitions that were granted by the Supreme Court and the cases I won, but I'll tell you, the first petition I prepared, I pecked out on a prison typewriter, filed a petition for myself asking to be resentenced, and got a letter back a couple weeks later from the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals saying, Mr. Hopwood, it would really behoove you to file your brief in the correct court. And so that was the start of my legal journey, pecking a prison legal brief out on a prison typewriter and promptly filing it in the wrong court. For me, clemency is really about second chances, and Nikita, you're right. I am in an incredibly privileged position now, a position that a lot of other people have not been afforded, and it's really what motivates me every day. And Mark is correct that we need huge structural reforms in this country to end mass incarceration. The idea that we claim to be the land of liberty on the one hand, and on the other know that we incarcerate our citizens at a greater rate than any other country on the planet, those two things are fundamentally incompatible with each other. And while we need big, huge structural reform, that's going to take decades. But in the meantime, I think all Americans should agree, and I often say this, criminal justice reform might be the last bipartisan issue in America. It's one of the few things that, at least in the US Senate, that received 87 votes. So we should all agree that at least while we're trying to make structural and big reforms to the criminal justice system, can't we at least get it to function better, more effectively? And by that I mean there are thousands of people in American prisons all over the country who are like Alice Marie Johnson, Matthew Charles, Jason, and myself, who have, despite the long odds against them and despite their circumstances, have rehabilitated and are no longer a danger to the community. For some like me, a lot of it was just aging out of crime and aging out of stupidity. My wife may still disagree with whether or not that's fully been accomplished or not, even at the age of 43, but all of the social science tells us that people tend to age out of crime. And if people have been rehabilitated, why do we continue to keep them in prison for decades? And to me, the idea of clemency is the idea that at least while we're trying to make the bigger structural reforms on sentencing reform and ending mandatory minimums, at the very least, we should be trying to get people who have been punished severely enough and who have turned their lives around and are no longer a danger to the community. Those people we should be striving to get out. And you know, for you lawyers and law school students in the room, some of you students will go on to work at big law firms. Some of you will go on to do various sorts of jobs. But get involved with clemency. You can always take pro bono cases. The law firms love these cases. And I'll tell you, there is nothing on this planet that will be more rewarding than this work. You know, I get to do a lot of really fun things. I teach wonderful law school students. I work on policy reform. I get to travel around and do events like this. But I'll tell you, nothing compares to when you have a client that gets to walk out of prison that day. You know, I got to experience that with a few cases I have won for people both in prison and out. But I'll tell you a story about last summer when I was, you know, just a routine day, headed off to work at Georgetown, was about ready to get on the metro, and all of a sudden my phone rings. And I looked down, and it startled me because this person had never called me before. And, you know, it's just a strange thing to see on your phone, which was Jared Kushner was calling me. And I'm about ready to put my Metro card and get on the Metro, and I pick up the phone, and it's Jared, and he says, you know what? 5 minutes ago, the president signed Alice Marie Johnson's clemency petition. I didn't have a great deal to do with Alice Marie Johnson's clemency petition, but I can tell you it impacted me and affected me in a way that a lot of other things I do in the law just simply don't. And so I would encourage you, though, those of you who are going to be lawyers, get involved with this. You know, there is nothing greater than watching Alice or Matthew travel around the country talking about criminal justice reform and seeing lives change. The community is better because of them. And clemency is the promise that we want to give people second chances. You know, as I often tell the White House, if we had a robust clemency process, I think you would see pretty profound changes in the prison system. A lot less violence. Right now, there are very few incentives to doing the right thing. For people in federal prison, they have to serve around 85% of their sentence. You can get 54 days of good time a year for just sitting in your room reading novels all day. But if there was actually a process in place that rewarded people for rehabilitating themselves and allowed them to earn their way to freedom, I think we would see a pretty profound change in our prison system, not to mention in the community. And so for those of you that want to go into this work, I'd highly encourage you. It doesn't matter if you're practicing transactional law in New York or, you know, working on public defense, you can always take a clemency case and get involved. And I'll tell you, when your client gets released from prison, it will profoundly change you. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so very much, all of you. I'm going to ask one question for all of you all. And before I do, I want to reiterate, if you have a question for the panelists, fill out the little cards and give it to the person there in the back. So my question to all of you, and answer it in whatever way you feel you want to answer, is just what is it that we can do to make clemency more applicable to more and more people? Jason, I know you talked about the clemency guide. I don't know, you might want to speak about that. Mark, I don't know if there's any way that Coke Industries can fund some type of cloning process so that we can have so many more Kim Kardashians. I don't know if that's the solution. Okay, that's just fun in there. But seriously, what can we do to make it applicable with more and more people? Sean, I mean, you spoke about structural change. So each of you all answer that question in any way you see fit, and whoever wants to start can start.
You want me to? I'll talk about the structural problems. I mean, on the federal side, and this is something I'm actively working on now, almost everyone, no matter what their political persuasion or background, if you just talk to them for 5 minutes, understands that having the Office of Pardon Attorney inside the Department of Justice, you're never going to have it work right, given that circumstance. Yes. Well, I mean, just think about it. You're asking prosecutors who prosecuted these cases to say, you know what, maybe I was wrong in trying to seek a 30-year sentence for a nonviolent drug offender. Do human beings like to say that they're wrong? Do they like to reevaluate decisions they made 20 years ago? No, of course not. And so there is an inherent conflict of interest in saying that the Office of Pardon Attorney is in DOJ and giving the Deputy Attorney General veto power over this. And this, I don't know if this was mentioned about in the first panel, but this really played out during the Obama administration, where you had Deborah Left, who was the pardon attorney, resigned in protest because so many of her favorable recommendations for clemency were denied by the Deputy Attorney General, who at the time was Sally Yates. Thousands of clemency petitions denied because there is an inherent conflict of interest in asking the same people that prosecuted these cases to then say, oh, you know what, maybe we made a mistake. And also, prosecutors don't have a great deal of expertise in rehabilitation and people that have gone to prison and turned their lives around. How would they know that? They haven't seen the defendant sometimes. Alice Marie Johnson's prosecutor probably hadn't seen her in 20 years she had been incarcerated. How would he know whether or not she had changed her life around? He wouldn't, and yet DOJ can effectively kill these petitions. Then you also have another layer of your review in the White House, which is White House counsel's office. And I get it. If I was White House counsel, my response to the president would be, why would you want to do clemency petitions? There is no political upside to this. And so I think we have to take the politics out of it, and I like this model about going to a bipartisan commission that makes recommendations straight to the president, because as long as political actors in the White House are making these decisions, I just don't think we will see the number of clemencies that we should. There are thousands of people in federal prison that are no different than Alice Marie Johnson, myself, Jason, Matthew, Charles. The only difference is they haven't been able to get out and prove it to people. There are lots of people that are deserving. There were lots of people that were deserving during the Obama administration, and we need to set up a process that can figure out who those people are and get them out of prison, because it serves no purpose to continue to keep them in there for so long when they're no longer a danger. And it can actually not just not be a danger to the community, but actually come out and benefit the community in so many ways. And so I think we need to make pretty profound changes to the process on the federal side. And we need to look to the states. There are states that do this really well and model the federal system off of those.
Thank you, Sean. Mark?
Yeah, Sean kind of covered everything. The only thing I'd add is that it's something Mark Osler, I think, Jason, you talked about it with the Ford era when they did these kind of mass clemency releases, and people who had dodged the draft or whatever had that wiped away. I think we should do that with low-level nonviolent drug offenders. It's beyond insane in this day and age, and that people have felonies for marijuana possession, and you've got people who back in the 60s got arrested for it for possession or whatever, small amounts, low-level offenders, and they still carry that around with them. It's one thing that, yeah, you got to carry around a more serious felony record for the rest of your life, but for doing something that's actually legal in many states and has, in my opinion, from what I understand, a lot more medicinal and therapeutic applications than alcohol. And to be a felony is crazy, and to be dragging that around so you can't get jobs, housing, loans, the whole suite of collateral consequences because of that is crazy. We should address that. I think it goes deeper than that, though, too. One of the things, if we just went back to the Constitution, it's right there. Alexander Hamilton wrote about it in the Federalist Papers, it's Article 2. The president could do it today, right now, free everybody if he wanted to. But we make everything so bureaucratized. And like Sean was saying, I mean, in my experience, that he's right. Foxes don't want to let hens out of the hen house. It's crazy. It defies human logic. But you look at all the other aspects of what we do that are completely inconsistent with the Bill of Rights and the Constitution every single day. I mean, the Bill of Rights, really, from my perspective, is this huge warning, like, hey, you know what? They're going to come for you, and they're going to use it through the criminal justice system, so beware. You got 40% of it at least deals with it, the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 8th Amendments. And so particularly like the 6th Amendment, the trial penalty. You know, I don't know if I'm a conservative or what I am, but I believe in the Constitution. And the 6th Amendment's a big deal. I mean, you get to be up there and confront your witnesses, have your day in court. Well, for some reason now, we've allowed prosecutors, and our policies allow this, the sentencing laws allow it, that if you go to trial and you lose, you get a huge penalty. I mean, that's just, it's unconstitutional. I just don't understand why that happens. It's unconstitutional that we have indigent defense programs that aren't funded. 80% of the people in the system rely on indigent defense programs or court-appointed lawyers, and we don't fund it. They don't get access to qualified counsel all the time. I think public defenders and people that do defense work are heroes. They're doing God's work, but they're just outmanned, outmatched just because of the way we've set it up as prosecutors are the most important part of our criminal justice system. They're the prosecutor, they're the judge, they're the jury, and they're your executioner. And they're a partisan. It doesn't make any sense, but we're comfortable with that. So that's another structural change that has to happen. And if we just went back to the Constitution, looked at the Bill of Rights, would probably say, yeah, why do we have all this cash bail? Because the 8th Amendment just talks about it can't be excessive, right? And so they're telling you, not that, hey, go get yourself some bail, like a lot of places seem. It's more, be wary of it, because in our other countries, our enemies used it to keep us off the playing field, to get us down. So whether it's clemency that we don't use right, and when we do it, we make it so bureaucratized that we don't want anyone to benefit from it. All these systems have been set up again over the past 30, 40 years because of the tough on crime era, to make it so we can lock as many people up as we can and then claim that we're protecting public safety even though there's no evidence or data that shows that. And then anybody who tries to run against you, you can use that against them if you're not tough on crime. And that's the last thing I'd say is, this is never going to happen, but we shouldn't be politicizing any of these issues. And I think that's part of the clemency problem. From what I understand from Mark Osler and Paul Larkin and others who are experts in this area, before like Watergate, people were using the clemencies a lot in their first terms. And I think we should go back to that, but everybody's so afraid of everything, they wait till the last minute. And kudos to the Obama administration for doing something different. But we really need to start getting past the tough on crime era because it's completely failed, and we need to move on to following the Constitution and giving people second chances. And that applies for the clemency issues as well.
Okay, and thank you. And Jason, as you answer the question about what we can do to get more and more people out, I want you to also respond to whether you encountered opposition or resistance from prison administrators as you work to file your own clemency petition, and do you think your reform would have been as successful if you had not received life without parole and then were granted clemency? Do you think that receiving clemency or a gift helps to rehabilitate? That's just some of the questions that came in for you.
Okay, I'm trying to remember all that.
I'm sorry.
I think cloning Kim Kardashian, that's a start. I think if anything, we should clone Mark Osler over there, right? What he, again, I can't speak enough on what he has established here. He used to teach in Texas at Baylor. I wish he still did, because he'd be closer to me. And we could, Texas needs a lot of reform as well. And I hope, Mark, that you're working on that, right? That what you've created here to duplicate this in other colleges across the United States, because that is what happens with clemency, that I believe that if you just brought the issue up to the governors or the president in the initial stages to say, what's your position, what is your stance on clemency, and make them come out with it. When on Pennsylvania Avenue, on the way to President Barack Obama's inauguration, in the back of a limousine with President Bush. President Bush told Barack Obama, I'm going to give you some advice. Set a policy standard immediately and stick to it. President Barack, excuse me? For clemency. President Barack Obama did not do that. Right? He did not grant his first clemency until his 5th year, and I understand because of the political fallback, right? But right now, what do we have? We have people running for election. You have all these people traveling the state. We need families. We need formerly incarcerated people. We need law students to hit these candidates. Ask them, what is your position on clemency? Let's not wait until the last year. I believe that governors and presidents would give clemency more freely if they knew who to give it to. But they don't know who to give it to. And then when you come at this last moment and say, pardon this person, commute the sentence of this person, they're probably not going to do it. Set that system up in the early stages, even before they're elected. And I think that the only way that you can do that is through the families, through law clinics. People that are incarcerated or somebody that's formerly incarcerated that's a felon, we can speak, but they kind of don't care about our voice because we can't vote. But you know who can vote? My mother can vote. My father can vote. My son can vote. That's who we need to go. Again, they'll be coming to your town pretty soon too, right? And not only the Democrats, but Trump will be on his way through here again because he's going to be running for election. Make them set a standard, and once they do, you hold them accountable for that, right? And as far as the clemency, okay, you got to ask me those couple questions real quick.
Yeah, do you think that your reform would have been as successful if you had not received life without parole? Did you encounter opposition resistance from prison authorities when you worked to file your own clemency petition?
Well, I didn't, there was going to be no opposition to me filing clemency at that time because it was just, nobody thought I was going to get it, right? Everybody laughed at me when I was, what are you working on now, Hernandez? Doing clemency. Everybody, you know, people, they thought it was crazy because I'd be in the law library like every day, all day, just filing stuff, right? And especially filing clemency. I think like Sean mentioned earlier, I think the Bureau of Prisons would welcome clemency. Because once I receive clemency, what did that send the message to the other prisoners? There's hope, right? There's a chance that there's that little bit of light. But when I do clemency petitions for people, and as it was mentioned earlier, I can only put in that petition what you give me. I can't make stuff up. You need to be in there, you need to be rehabilitated, take all your classes that you need to take, stay out of trouble, stay away from gangs, create your own programs, right? Find something that you're passionate about when you're incarcerated, create your own programs while you're in there. Another thing about me as well is that I've had kind of a successful journey. Alice Marie Johnson has had a successful journey since we've been out of incarceration. And the only reason when you come out of prison serving nearly 20 years, people don't really care too much about your crime. When I told people I was in prison for selling drugs, they were like, everybody sells drugs nowadays. Why don't you have a work history? You're 40 years old, you have a work history. Well, I was in prison, sir. And immediately like, in prison? For how long? Almost 20 years. Oh, I can't hire you. My first job, I had to take the executive order that President Barack Obama gave me, right? I have that piece of paper. So what we need to do, we need to figure out people that are coming out of prison, what does that piece of paper look like for them so that those barriers are knocked down when they're trying to get a job or trying to enroll into a college? What does that paper look like? I don't know. I focus more on clemency, but that's what we need to focus on as well.
Okay, so the last question I want to ask, I'm really going to put two questions together because they are really on the exact same theme. It is much of the clemency discussion today is focused on, quote, nonviolent drug crime, yet people convicted of violent crimes make up the bulk of those sentenced to life without parole. Are any of you willing to advocate for clemency to people who have committed such crimes? Can we as a society accept that people who have killed people can also be rehabilitated too? What will it take to build a clemency program expansive enough to embrace petitions from individuals convicted of violent offenses or with an extensive criminal history?
Absolutely not, especially for people who committed bank robbery. I mean, I often introduce myself as Sean. My name's Sean Hopwood. I'm an associate professor of law at Georgetown University Law Center, and I committed a violent crime, but I am not a violent criminal. And we tend to think that this is a character trait, and for some it is, but I tell you it's a very small fraction of the number of people I saw in prison. Most of it is, a phase of life where people grow out of it. And so yes, we tend to focus way too much on the non-nons, non-violent, non-sex offense, non-this, non-that. But even if we released everyone from federal and state prison who were there on nonviolent drug offenses, we would still lead the world in the rate in which we incarcerate people. And so we are going to have to confront that and realize that prison is not a solution to so many of our social problems. I don't know where we thought that somewhere along the line that the civil system couldn't handle a lot of the things that we send people to prison for. But somewhere we got 5,000 federal statutes, several thousand state statutes. And I tell you that, it's easy to say, oh, well, you violated a crime and therefore you have nothing coming. But I would guarantee if I got to scrutinize all of your lives, that I could find you guilty of some federal crime at some point in your life. I know the last 3 presidents I could find guilty of violating a federal crime because there's a statute that says anyone who has used or abused a drug on the Controlled Substance Act, so if you smoked a joint 30 years ago in the 60s, and then possess a firearm, you are no different from me as a felon possessing a firearm, and you're subject to 10 years of imprisonment. Well, President Obama and President Bush all acknowledged using illegal drugs. President Clinton said, well, I smoked, but I didn't inhale. And I have pictures of all of them holding guns. So there are 3 people who should have been subject to up to 10 years of imprisonment. If you have sold something on eBay or Craigslist and omitted a material term because you didn't want the buyer to know, you have committed wire fraud. And so we have got to get out of this belief that, there are certain segments of the population that we never want to give a second chance to, because that will not end our way out of mass incarceration. And there are lots of people that commit crimes with violence that have the ability to be redeemed.
Mark?
I agree with Sean. I think we need to, one of my themes here, I think, was probably been to just make it less punitive all the way around. And we should go back to indeterminate sentences as well, to have check-ins for people. People change, like Sean said. So we give them these long sentences, and then they just sit, they end up getting worse. But you'd hope with things like the First Step Act and rehabilitation programs in prison that people would be getting better over time, so you wouldn't have to have someone in for 10 or 20 years. You'd say, here's your sentence, but if you do these things, and you do it right, and you get better, we're going to let you out. Because that's what it should be about. And it's, it goes back to what Sean said, that he robbed banks, but he wasn't a bank robber. Brian Stevenson, I think he's the one that said it, that each of us is more than the worst thing we've ever done. And people have done some really bad things. And so you obviously need to be careful when you're doing all these issues. As far as who you're letting out of prison or the sentence, and all that, but we're extremely careless in the initial sentencing process of it, the arrest process and the charging process. And that leads to all these things happening, so people go in for a long time who get worse, and then when we want to let them out, we can't say, well, they've been in so long, they're violent. So my point is that we should really try to, and it's not going to happen again, but if we could depoliticize all this stuff, because it really is a big deal that the criminal justice system, that's one of the really core important obligations, duties of a government, is to keep us safe. But the way that last 30, 40 years we've politicized it and used it to attack opponents and to, basically, step on people that we felt we could step on and brand them as less than, is terrible. It's awful. But yeah, we should be trying to get as many people as we can better in prison, and so they can come back out, because it's just better for every aspect of our society. From you look at the fiscal perspective, you look at public safety, it keeps law enforcement safer, it's better for families, better for communities. It makes no sense to be so punitive. unless you've got people who are really dangerous, but I don't think that's the case. There are some, but it's not as many people as we currently have in prison for such long stretches.
We all have punitiveness in us. I run around all the time telling people we need to let more people out of prison and not sentence people as long. And then watch what happens when my kids do something in my house. I want to punish them. So we all have to fight that.
Or when the Red Sox are playing the Yankees
Yes.
and stuff like that, the important things. Yeah, I'm very punitive then, absolutely.
So just a couple of seconds, Jason. Okay.
I think everybody's entitled to forgiveness and redemption. I know what it feels like to be rejected. The reason I started Crack Open the Door, because when I reached out to organizations, nobody wanted to help me. You have life without parole, you're a leader organizer, crack cocaine, you will never get clemency. When I got released from prison, I had mothers, daughters contact me who had loved ones in prison for murder, right? And I told them that I couldn't help them, right? And I feel so bad for that, but that is one of the reasons why I'm creating this clemency workbook, tour guide, curriculum, whatever you want to call it, so that whether you're a prisoner or you have a loved one in prison, you do your own clemency petition, you do your own campaign. Don't wait for nobody to come around to save you. You show why you deserve a second chance. Don't let nobody tell you that, no, you're not worthy of a second chance. You show them why. And I'm working right now with a person in Virginia, has a wife in prison for murder. I'm hoping to go in Angola Penitentiary and teach 50 prisoners in there serving life without parole how to do clemency petitions and advocate from prison. I did there's a person in California right now who attempted murder. We're doing a clemency petition for him as well. So everybody's entitled for forgiveness, but I think that they have to show that remorse as well.
Thank you for the work you do, Jason.
No, thank you. Thank you.
So we have one last question that I'm going to give to Mark. So whoever the practicing lawyer is, he will answer your question. We are all better than the worst thing that we have ever done in our lives. And I think we're going to end our panel on that. Let's give our panelists a great hand. Thank you so very much. And looking forward to our luncheon speaker. Okay, thank you. And thank you, everyone there, too.
Thank you all so much.
12:30? Oh, okay. Did I enter soon?
All right, everyone. We are ready to hear from our keynote speakers, Alice Marie Johnson. And it's really an honor to have her here. Some of you may have seen her introduced during the State of the Union address or seen the video as she was leaving prison. But her story is compelling and it's important. She was in prison for almost 22 years. She received clemency from President Donald Trump on June the 6th of 2018. And her story is remarkable both before and after she received clemency. That while she was in prison, she was somebody who was of tremendous value to other prisoners in a number of ways. She was a preacher, she was a friend, she was a supporter. When you talk to women who have been in prison, very often they talk about Alice Marie Johnson. Her clemency petitions were rejected 3 times before she was granted clemency. How did she persevere even through those disappointments? And that's part of what she's going to discuss in her book that's coming out, After Life, My Journey from Incarceration to Freedom, which comes out in May. I am going to pre-order it, and I urge you to do the same. But we get the pleasure of hearing her talk about her story right now. One of the things that's most remarkable about Ms. Johnson is that people worked for her when she was incarcerated. And now that she's out, she works for others. And she is more than a symbol. She's someone who is embodying what the possibilities of clemency are. And there's nothing more important right now. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mark, for that wonderful introduction. I will follow my predecessor this morning, except I'd like to say, good afternoon, friends and family. We are a family here of not only my physical family member that is here, but so many who I have come to know as family. Today I met some of my family, like Rory, for the first time, and Rika for the first time. So many others who have become family, like Mark Holden and Monica and Amy and Mark Osler, Jason Hernandez, Sean Hopwood, who I didn't know before today was my family, but I've always been such a fan of yours. So many others, Nikichi. I can't name all of the ones who have been involved in my fight for freedom. And I guess the only way to begin is to begin at the beginning. I come from a very strong Christian family. I grew up in a little town called Olive Branch, Mississippi. How symbolic that I came from Olive Branch. My family, we were a very close-knit family. I had my parents, Raymond and Sally Mae Bogan, raised 9 children, 8 girls and 1 boy. I'm the middle child, so that should give you some sense of my personality needing just a little bit more attention because I might get lost between the older and the younger child. I was married at the very young age of 15. I found myself both pregnant and married, but I've always been the type of individual who fought. When I had obstacles in my life, I used those as stepping stones for opportunities. When I was pregnant, I was not allowed to return to school back in 1970 because a pregnant girl was just not supposed to parade around other young girls with a big belly. It sent a wrong message. So I was banned from school. And when I tried to go back to school, the school board tried to deny my interest back into school because the rule was that you had to stay out for a year. And that meant I would be set back a year. But even then, I was still a fighter. I studied my friends' textbooks, and I took their test. And when I went back to school, and they tried to put me back as a sophomore, I wanted to join my junior class, so I had to prove myself. So I went to the school board, and I convinced them that I already knew all of the sophomore curriculum and that I should continue on with my class. And they didn't believe me. So they had the teachers from a totally different school in the county put together the hardest test that they could put together out of all the subjects. I passed all of them in 4 hours and made a 98%. And they allowed me to go to my junior class and graduate on time. That was not the very first obstacle I had, but it would be one of many in my life that I would have to continue to stand up and fight and still persevere and use the faith that had been given to me as a foundation by my parents to do things in life. Myself, me and my husband had a very tumultuous marriage, which resulted in 5 children. After 19 years of marriage, we were divorced. We had separated a little bit earlier, but we were divorced. In this time, during this time, I won't go through everything. You'll have to read the book. It's very, very good page turner. But during this time, I'd gotten a job with FedEx. I've worked all of my life. During those 10 years of my employment there, I rose to management. First of all, I was a manager in computer operations, a woman who knew absolutely nothing about computers. But I was able to prove that I was a quick learner, and they needed the skills that I had. I had the ability to pull teams together and to inspire people and to manage people. And so they recognized that in me. I went on from that to be a customer support manager where I trained other managers also to excel. After 10 years of working with FedEx, I lost my job. I'd recently been divorced, and I found myself in a panic. And I made a very stupid decision. And I'll tell you, out of desperation, when I look back at my younger self, if I could go back in time and say, Alice, what are you thinking about? This is a temporary situation, and you're about to make a mistake that could cost you your life. But when you're desperate and you've got bill collectors calling, you've got every time you go to the mailbox, there's late notices. House was about to be foreclosed on. And I make no excuses for my behavior, but I did make a very poor decision to become involved in a drug conspiracy. Never having known or heard of the word conspiracy, I didn't even know what that would mean for my life. I was arrested not too long after that, but in the process of that, to add to all of this, I lost my youngest son, who was 12 years old, in a motor scooter accident. And so by this time, I really didn't care too much about what went on in my life. I just wanted to make all pain go away, take care of my family, and not have things pressing. When I was arrested, I was bonded out for a very small bond, now that I know what bonds are, because I'd never had any run-in with the law before. I decided to bond out. It was a $10,000 bond. I made a $1,000 payment. My other co-defendants, who would end up being my accusers, who I was working for, didn't get a bond. But I was on bond for 2 years. I was offered 3 to 5 years not to go to trial, to take a plea. It sounded sweet, but it wasn't something that I wanted to do because I didn't like the charges that were being levied against me. So I wanted to fight. And my attorney assured me that there is no way you are going to be convicted. You have no drugs. You have no money. It's hearsay. So I believed what he told me, not knowing anything about the federal system. I went to trial for 6 weeks. After a 6-week-long trial, I was found guilty of drug conspiracy on Halloween. The agents ran around in my ear, trick or treat, trick or treat, trick or treat, as my family gasped in the courtroom and couldn't believe it, that I was actually found guilty. But still, we didn't know that I would be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. The same co-defendants who had approached me about being involved in this, as of all things, a telephone mule. That is a person who passes the messages. They could keep their hands clean. No one would know. I wouldn't even know who they were. I'd just be responsible for making sure that I passed the number along. But that made me the person with the phone records, not recorded phone records, but records where they could say that these things were taking place and they were taking their orders from me. If I was their leader, I was the worst leader of all times, not even knowing what their drugs looked like or what they sold for. But I was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. I left behind 4 children, a daughter who had just graduated from college, 2 children who were in college, and a teenager. My family was broken. They were still trying to recover from the loss of their brother. And here I am. Their mother has been snatched. We don't know where their father is. He's wilding out, and they are alone. I left behind 2 elderly parents whose heart was broken because their child My hardworking parents had to see me go to prison and be told that the only way that I would ever rejoin them in life would be as a corpse. How do you tell a family, how do you tell a person that you are not to hope? How do you tell someone that no matter what you do in life, that there will never be an opportunity for you to rehabilitate? That no matter what good things you do, not just good things, no matter how much you do for the community, the prison environment, no matter how much educational opportunities that you take advantage of, that no one will ever take a look at what you've done and say that you are worthy to be reunited with your family or rejoin society as a free woman. The only way under those circumstances that I was able to survive was to reach back on my foundation of faith, the foundation that my family, that my parents had instilled in me as a young girl. From the time that I arrived in prison, I looked around and I saw opportunities to change my environment. I saw things that I could do that I didn't have to come into prison and give my life up, even though they said they had taken my life, because a life sentence is equivalent to an unexecuted sentence of death. The only way that I would leave would be feet first, and how many times have I been told that? I've even been laughed at for doing things in prison because it would serve no purpose. It's something about taking your eyes off yourself, though. When I took my eyes off myself and looked around at other women who were also incarcerated, it made me start counting my blessings instead of complaining about the condition that I was in. Plus, I've always been a fighter, and I never believed that I would die in prison, that there is going to be some kind of way that I am going to find that crack, and I'm going to keep hammering at it until it shatters, and I'm returned home to my family. I began working for women the first year that I was in prison. I heard, Rudy, I heard you this morning say that if you had life, that you couldn't take computer classes. That was the first thing I decided to come after. I was a VOTEC instructor, and I saw that people who were serving life sentences, long sentences, could not take computer classes. And because I had favor there with the warden, you get favor when they realize that you can do a lot of stuff, and you do a lot of stuff, and you're a big benefit to the institution. So I approached the warden about allowing a certain percentage of women serving life and long sentences to be afforded the opportunity to take computer classes. And guess what? I won. And so in Dublin, California, they allowed women, and they had a chain effect too on other women, female institutions. They were allowed to take computer classes, and a friend of mine, Cheryl Ward, was always careful to tell people that you're in this class because of Alice Johnson. So I started fighting for other things for women in prison. I started fighting for things that you don't think that you have to fight for, but you do have to fight for. They would consider us on the same level with men in terms of even just the hygiene things that we needed. We're not apples to apples. So women had different needs. So every time I'd find myself fighting just for us to get the things that we needed. When I went to Carswell a year after being in prison, I saw women who had physical and mental handicaps, disabilities. These were women, we were already marginalized as prisoners. These were the further marginalized women because they had special needs. So I worked on putting together Special Olympics for women who were in prison. Those women were so proud to be able to compete in games and get medals that the Special Olympics, the National Special Olympics came out, and I received an award for that as Special Events Coordinator of the Year award. They had to create an award to give me. I found that a gift that I had as a young child, and that was writing. I didn't have time when I was a free woman to write, but you have a lot of time when you're incarcerated. So I started writing plays, and as the women realized that they could do something positive, their attitudes started changing. I found women that really had skills that had been dormant, that all of a sudden they had someone who believed that they could do something. So in prison, they were able to show that I do have value, I do have worth, there is something else that I can do. So I started training them in theater, and that's something I had been involved in on a very small scale, but I started writing original productions and putting them on. The women were so excited. They were able to do things and write home to their families and brag about accomplishments that they were having in prison. It is something about having hope again. In a dark place, hope came, light came. It didn't have to be as dark as it had been in the past. I started choreographing dance. I've always loved to dance, but I didn't think I could really choreograph dance. I started choreographing dance and not only teaching myself praise dance, because I guess all the time I've been a praise dancer because I'm the only one in my family who can't really sing, and I come from a family of gospel singers, so when they sing, I dance. So I started choreographing dance, and we started the first praise dance ministry in prison for women. And so that started spreading to other institutions. I saw women who needed comfort during the times that they were at the last stages of life. I became a hospice volunteer because Carswell was the only prison for women who were at that state in life and needed hospice care. Many of the families had long since abandoned them. And so I took training to become a hospice volunteer, to sit with women who were dying so that they didn't have to die alone. And that would be the thing that I would tell them: you don't have to die alone. It didn't matter what their faith was. I'd find out what their faith was and bring them comfort during their last times. I know I'm talking about things that I did in prison, but what I want to talk about more so is what you can do as a free person. I found that in any situation that you find yourself in, that one person can make a difference, that one person can be the agent of change. When we received video visitation, video chats, we call it Skype, in prison, I was given opportunities to speak on a broader level. I spoke at the University of Yale, at Yale University, at the New York University, at the University of Seattle, in Washington, at Google YouTube events. Amy is here, and she was one of the people that helped me get these platforms to speak at these places. My voice, my face was let loose before my body was free. But there was another segment of my life that I was blessed to be able to do. I started writing for outside women's conferences, and I became known as the woman who was like Paul and was writing letters from prison and sermons from prison, and it was impacting women's conferences. I began to get letters from women who were free, who were asking me for prayer in prison because of something that they were going through. And that became very amazing to me. And I realized that you can be free and you can still be in prison, because I don't think that I ever stopped laughing and smiling and enjoying life in prison. When you're in prison, you're told that unless you are already ordained as a minister, that it's against the rules to be ordained while you're a prisoner, because they don't want that to be seen as an inmate having authority over other inmates. But this is one thing I have come to know, that when God has a plan or a call upon your life, it does not matter what man says about you or what you can't do. My supervisory chaplain oftentimes would have the women, when his lines were too long and he couldn't see everyone, he would tell them, go see Miss Johnson. And so I'd show in his lines, I'd pray with them, I'd counsel with them. I was already doing Bible studies. I didn't know that he was becoming the witness of my call. The outside ministry had the witness to my call upon society, and our head chaplain had the witness of my influence in my ministry with the women on the inside of prison. So in 2003, I was ordained by proxy, and then they allowed a ministry team to come into the prison and ordain me by horn of oil publicly. That was something that was unheard of, that had never been done before. But it was a testament not to just me, but a testament to what is possible if you make the best of a situation, no matter where you are, and continue to live life. And I think that as my impact in prison was being felt all around, as women went to other prisons, I became known throughout the prison system. I've had so many women who come to the prison and they tell me that this person told me to find Miss Alice and that I would find you at the chapel. They asked me during their hard times, women who didn't even know me, when they were going through crisis, they would seek me out and ask me not just for prayer, but for comfort, just to be that family that they didn't have in prison. One of the things that's so important, you can be whoever you are in prison. You can say you are whoever you want to be, but your actions prove it. My time in prison was a time that I had to walk it out. No one knows you better than the people who live close to you, who you have to sleep in the same units with, in the same rooms with, eat with, play with, cry with. And the thing that I believe that you'll hear consistently about Miss Alice is that I was the same in the unit, in church, on the yard. I didn't allow myself to get caught up in prison culture. I took a lot of educational classes, as I said, but also a lot of spiritual classes, and taught a lot of classes myself. My purpose there was not to go and demonstrate dying, but to demonstrate living. Coming out of prison has meant for those who have been left behind that they too can help, that they too can hope, and don't ever let anyone tell you that you can't hope. And I know you're probably interested in knowing how in the world did Kim Kardashian hear about Alice Marie Johnson? How in the world does something like that happen? And every time I tell people this story, and I have to tell you this, they laugh because Kim is one of the most well-known women in the world. I didn't know who Kim Kardashian was. She may not have known me, but I also didn't know who she was. On one of the platforms that I spoke at, it was a YouTube summit on criminal justice reform. A person there with Mike.com by the name of Jake Horowitz heard me speak. And I had been given permission 7 times, almost, I think it was 7 or 8 times already, to speak on these platforms via video chat. Mike wanted me to do a video op-ed. When I did that video op-ed, it went viral within 24 hours. Someone who Kim follows saw the video op-ed and sent it to her. And she always says that she didn't find me, I found her. When she turned her phone on, she hadn't been on Twitter for days. She said my face popped up, and she heard my story. And she tweeted out, "This is so unfair." And she called her personal friend, Sean Holly, and Sean reached out to, Sean found me through Amy. She Googled my name, and I was on that site, on the Can Do site, and she was able to connect to me. I was on some other sites also, but just so happened, she found Amy's site and contacted her. And Amy sent me the message, and she asked me, told me that there was a very wealthy and famous benefactor who wanted to help me. Would you like that? I said, let me think about it. Yes. And from that, 4 attorneys were assembled to help me. Kim was bitten at that point by the bug, and that bug was criminal justice reform. She saw through my story a very, very broken system. Kim did the foreword to my book. She didn't allow anyone else to write it but herself. And when I read it, it made me cry, because until I read that, I guess I didn't really realize the full impact that I had had on Kim's life. As you know, Kim started fighting hard for me. She solicited the help of Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, and they both became members of Team Alice. And they started the fight for her to get an audience with the president. And on my birthday, May 30th last year, Kim met with President Trump and presented my case before him. But this is what I want you to know. Kim may have been the one who presented the case, but I also had to be a worthy candidate to receive clemency. And don't think that everybody in the White House wanted me to receive clemency, because everybody was not on board. But one thing I can say about our president that I really, 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 really like about him is he makes his own mind up. He makes his own decisions, what he wants to do. And when Kim presented my case before him, the things that I had done in prison, and I don't think it's very many people who have letters written about them by the warden, the captain, and other staff members at the prison begging for their release, but I did. The warden got behind me, asking for my release. Even though I had been denied 3 times under the previous administration, I did not let that stop me. I kept fighting. I kept fighting. And on June the 6th, 2 very different people, Kim Kardashian and Donald Trump, came together on my birthday, May 30th. And on June the 6th, I was set free from prison. I didn't have time to even say goodbye to many people. But before my time is up, I've got to tell you what happened on the day that I was released from prison. When they made them, on the day that I received the news, I was all over the news. But I shut down because I'd had so many false alarms. I just didn't want to know what was going on. Plus, it was hamburger day, and it was a Wednesday, and I didn't want to miss hamburgers. So I wanted to just go do something normal. So I went to the dining room, and I heard my name over the loudspeaker to report back to my unit. And when I arrived back at the unit, it was Kim on the phone. She had come on, the attorneys had patched her in, and she thought that I knew but I didn't, because I had closed every sound out of my ears. And when she told me that we did it, it took just a moment for that to process what she was talking about, that we did what, and she told me I was out of there. I'm glad that there were not cameras in that room, because I think I went crazy. My head was a little bit sore later. That's why I think that I may have jumped to the top of the ceiling. I was jumping and screaming so loud. But 2 hours later, not even 2 hours later, I heard over the intercom, Alice Marie Johnson, report to R&D with all of your property. The roar that went up over the whole compound, I cannot explain to you what it sounded like. As I walked down the stairs to R&D, the noise became louder and louder and louder. It sounded like an earthquake. I looked around, and in every single window, women were beating on the bars, beating and screaming my name and crying. And I could just hear this big chant coming up, "Don't forget about us. Don't forget about us," screaming and crying and celebrating for me. These are women who had become my prison family. As I walked the path toward R&D, the noise got louder and louder and louder. I kid you not, it felt like the ground was trembling. The buildings were shaking from the celebration. And when my family picked me up, and we had to pass the minimum security camp of 250 people, every woman was standing outside of the prison, along with guards lined up. The women were crying, the guards were crying. Everyone was crying, "We love you, goodbye, and also, don't forget about us." When you saw me run across that road into the arms of my family the day that I was released from prison, what you don't know is that I have been running ever since. I've not been running for office. I've been running for the women who I left behind. It is so important that I continue to magnify the issue of the need not only for criminal justice reform, but a big piece of that is clemency. I am the tangible evidence of what can happen when you give someone a second chance. I am the tangible evidence of the need to fix a broken criminal justice system. It is broken. And each one of you have the responsibility that once you know something, you can't just turn away and act as if you don't know it. This is real life. In February, I was invited by the President to be a part of the State of the Union address as his guest. Some of you may have seen it, but it was an incredible moment as I saw people from every aisle of the political divide stand and give me, of all people, a former prisoner like Joseph, have gone literally from the prison to the highest place, the White House, to meet the President and to the State of the Union address. I saw and I heard thunderous applause. And that applause was not just for me. It was for themselves too, for what they had done and coming together as people to celebrate something good. It's not that you're celebrating a person, a celebrity, or what the President has done. Everyone had the right who's been involved and who had helped pass criminal justice reform through the First Step Act, who has criminal justice reform on their heart to get more things, needed to applaud themselves too. because their hearts were touched that no matter how you look at it, that this woman should not have spent the rest of her life in prison as a first-time nonviolent offender, that no one is so far and so deep that they've fallen that they can't be rehabilitated, or that there cannot be an opportunity for a second chance and changed. I challenge all of you here today, don't sit down. I was just at the United Nations, and I received the designation as a women's rights defender. Sometimes you think that the little things that you do go unnoticed. Little did I know that the things that I had done in prison will be noticed not just on a national level, but on a worldwide level. There were only 4 women's rights defenders who were selected from around the world, and I was the only one from North America who was given that designation. I've not even been out of prison for a year. It'll be 10 months in a few days, but I'm still at the 9-month state. I challenge each and every one of you now that as you know, rise up. Rise up, because there is something that you can do. Each one of you, you have the ability.
And I rise up, I rise like the day, I rise up, I rise unafraid, I rise up, and I do it 1,008 times again. And I rise up, I like the waves, I rise up, in spite of the ache, I rise up,
in spite of the pain, in spite of the nose, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. I'll keep doing it. Thank you so much for having me here today. And I want you to rise up. Don't let anyone seat you. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't do it. Don't let anyone tell you that you and you and you can't make a difference. Thank you. It's very difficult to take courses, so if you want to ask me questions, please ask me out here. Thank you.
Well, it's a lousy draw to make procedural announcements after that. But we have a break until 1:45, and then we're going to have our concluding panel, which is going to be fantastic. Right now, the people who have been speakers, we're going to take a picture over here, so if you could come over there. And I'd just like to have one more round of applause for Alice Marie Johnson. Question from the last panel, which is easy to answer. If you're licensed in a state and in good standing, are you able to take any federal clemency case, i.e. is it solely a federal issue involving federal law and not subject to state UPL statutes? Well, you'd probably have to check your state UPL statutes, but generally speaking, people who are licensed to practice in a federal court are able to do clemency petitions. And I think under most state laws, you wouldn't be restricted in doing that either. So now we get to turn to our third panel, and once again, our moderator, Nikki Tape.
Thank you so much, Mark. I don't know about you all, but I am really on cloud 9. I just feel like rising up all over again. Alice Marie Johnson, just wasn't she phenomenal? I mean, oh my goodness. And the thing about it is, she's not an aberration. Believe it or not, there are thousands of Alice Marie Johnsons out there. There are thousands of Matthew Charleses out there. There are thousands of people waiting for us to rise up and lift up our voices on their behalf. Isn't that correct, panel? I mean, I'm just saying, you all have been doing it. I mean, no, in fact, that's a good segue. Let me just get right into introducing the panel. But I just really feel so full, okay? Because it just is so very critical that we not think of people as just an individual up there, but they have so many other people relying on them, okay, on their shoulders, hoping that they can reach back and the people who heard their plea will hear their plea, as well. So we can't rest. This old civil rights thing that goes, we who believe in struggle cannot rest. We cannot rest, but we must continue to rise up. So with that, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our panel. We're going to go in the same type of format that we gave before. I'm going to introduce folk and give you about 10 minutes to, our theme for this panel is Clemency, Past to Future. And, each one of you all have a past related to this issue, a presence, and also in terms of going into the future. But I want to first introduce Jeffrey Crouch. And he is the Assistant Professor of American Politics at American University. He's the editor of Congress and the Presidency. His research focuses on the presidential pardon power, federal executive clemency. He's the author of the presidential pardon power, and is currently co-authoring 2 new books. And Jeffrey, we didn't get a chance to really talk beforehand, so I don't even know if you remember this, but you were one of those on that initial panel that we had shortly after the passage of the First Step Act back in 2010. This might have been 2012 or, okay, you remember, yeah. It was up on the Hill, was it, Mark? It was up on the Hill where I first brought Mark Osler to D.C., and we were just tiptoeing around this issue of clemency and wanting to raise some new perspectives, et cetera. But we knew we had to have the people who were already on the ground, who had the research, who had the academic, and you were one of those key persons with respect to that. So welcome, Jeffrey Crouch. And so then, I don't know what to say about Amy Povah. If it weren't for Amy Povah, you talk about someone with connections? I mean, my goodness, it's like she knows every single person who is in prison, every single woman, not just women, men, different categories of people. Amy was so instrumental to me when I wanted to bring people to Washington, D.C., to get in front of the White House during the last administration, to make their voices heard. And I said, Amy, who are some of these people that should be there? Alice Johnson's daughters were on that list. I mean, you wouldn't believe the numbers of people who were on the list, and numbers of people whose lives or their family members' lives have been changed as a result of the efforts of Amy Povah. She is the president of the Can Do Foundation. She is a filmmaker, and you premiered one of those at that first event that Google ever did on criminal justice issues way back then. She's a writer, speaker, activist on issues primarily focused on executive clemency, criminal justice reform, conspiracy laws, women in prison, and the war on drugs. She served 9 years. See, she's an impacted person herself. We say those closest to the problem or closest to the solution. Well, she was very, very close to the problem, serving a 24-year sentence for conspiracy. She started Can Do Clemency back in 2004, and I didn't even know about you. You didn't know about what we were doing in Washington. We didn't know what you were doing out there in the field, but we were all out there trying to work towards the same goals. And her work has resulted in numerous trips to the Obama White House, numerous trips to the Trump White House, numerous White House vigils where you have all these posters of folk who are formerly incarcerated, educating people to the issues. And then last but absolutely not least, we have Paul Larkin. Paul is the John Barber and Victoria Rumpel Senior Legal Research Fellow at the Heritage Foundation, where he handles criminal justice, drug, and regulatory policy. Prior to Heritage, Paul held various positions with the federal government and in the private sector in Washington, D.C. He's written several articles about clemency, and I'm just very thrilled and honored to be at the same table with people who are talking about the same things. And on this issue in particular, we are definitely, totally correct, Mark. We are totally on the same page, and really look forward to working with you more in the future to make these issues a reality. So with that, our panel titled Pass to the Future. Each of you have been very long-standing on this critical issue. Please take about 10 minutes, okay, to discuss your advocacy on clemency from when you started through the present, as well as your hopes for the future, and then we'll open it up for some questions. You can take it away, Jeffrey.
All right, thank you for that great introduction. I appreciate it. And thanks, Mark. I appreciate the invite. Always fun to come out and talk clemency with you all. I'm going to use my stopwatch so I don't go over my 10 minutes, so here we go. So what I want to talk about today is President Trump and his approach to clemency, specifically pardons and commutations, because that's really the only type of clemency that gets done anymore. And specifically, I want to talk a little bit about who President Trump has pardoned, why they're unusual, if there's any patterns that we can see developing so far, and then I want to give a quick analysis of it. And then I want to shift gears and go to a separate question, still related potentially to President Trump, and that is the self-pardon. Can it happen? How would it happen, et cetera? So just to start, as everybody knows, the president's pardon power, executive clemency, is found in Article 2 of the Constitution. It's Article 2, Section 1, Clause 1, and it's a very broad power. There's very few restrictions, especially in the Constitution. At this point in his presidency, President Trump has pardoned 7 individuals. The first is Joe Arpaio, the controversial ex-sheriff in Arizona, who went after undocumented persons and made them wear pink underwear in prison and things like that. He also pardoned Scooter Libby. Scooter Libby, as you all may know, had a sentence commuted by President George W. Bush. Libby was Vice President Cheney's chief of staff, and he got caught up in the Valerie Plame secret identity investigation and convicted of obstruction and some other things, and he was supposed to be going to federal prison, and George W. Bush commuted his sentence. President Trump actually gave him a full pardon. Dinesh D'Souza, the conservative commentator, got in trouble for illegal campaign contributions, and he was pardoned by President Trump as well. A Navy sailor named Christian Saucier took some pictures inside a submarine. They were classified. That was not something that was okay to do. He was pardoned by President Trump as well. One of the more interesting and unusual pardons went to Jack Johnson, the boxer, who's been dead for decades. Deceased people usually don't get pardons, but our last 3 presidents now, including Trump, have each given one posthumous pardon. So Jack Johnson was convicted of violating the Mann Act for taking women across state borders for immoral purposes. Really what he was guilty of is having interracial relationships at a time when that wasn't socially acceptable. And finally, Dwight and Stephen Hammond, ranchers in Oregon, were convicted of setting fires on federal land. They each received both a pardon and a sentence commutation, which is unusual. Usually you get a pardon or a commutation. They each received a commutation of their sentence and then a pardon on top of that. So 7 pardons and then 4 sentence commutations. The Hammonds were 2 of those. Ms. Johnson is one of those. And then the 4th one went to a man named Shalom Rubashkin, who's a businessman. So those are the 4 sentence commutations. In sum, we have 11 clemency decisions by President Trump so far. So why are they unusual? Well, several reasons. Number 1, President Trump acted very early in his term to give clemency in the first place. Both President Obama and George W. Bush waited until almost 2 years into their term before pardoning anybody or offering commutations to anybody. So President Trump acted relatively early. His decisions were not the result of the normal process in the pardon attorney's office. Normally what happens is there's a application that comes in from a person that wants clemency. The pardon attorney investigates. A recommendation is made. That goes to the president. In this case, it seems like President Trump, in many cases, acted independently of what the DOJ recommended, if they recommended anything at all. Journalists have called his general approach to clemency innovative, whimsical, and they've noted that there are often personal reasons for the president making a clemency grant. Another thing that you'll notice if you go back and look at some of the newspaper accounts of these decisions is that President Trump usually uses the word unfair when he's talking about why he gave clemency to someone. Well, it was an unfair sentence. They were treated very unfairly. And it's the same word over and over again if you look at that. Are there any patterns that we can discern at this point? Well, with 11 clemency decisions, it's kind of hard to say there's any real pattern at this point. Normally, the way the process works is, as I said, someone files an application. There's a process whereby the judge, the prosecutor, et cetera, are contacted. At some point, the pardon attorney is involved in a positive recommendation to the president, and then the president goes along with that. Usually, in terms of pardons at least, it's average people that get pardons. They're old offenses, nonviolent offenses, and normally the way that the decision is announced is there's what's called a master warrant. It's a big piece of paper that has a bunch of names on it that says, these people are being pardoned by the president, or these people are receiving commutations, whatever the case may be. President Trump has been unusual in that regard. He has foreshadowed clemency decisions by announcing them over Twitter. He did that for Joe Arpaio and Dinesh D'Souza. He's pardoned people even who have not actually asked for clemency. That would be Arpaio, Libby, and D'Souza. And he's pardoned people even if they had filed a petition, it would have been rejected by the pardon attorney's office for various reasons. Arpaio, Johnson, and D'Souza all fall into that category. Generally recent offenses that don't meet the 5-year wait, or the fact that they're deceased. Johnson would be the one for that. What these decisions have suggested is that it helps to have a Fox News connection. Arpaio, Saucier, D'Souza, Scooter Libby's lawyer have all been on Fox News. Finally, if you look at when President Trump has granted clemency, it's been one person at a time, which is unusual. Like I said, usually there's a master warrant that has a bunch of names on it, and then that's announced to the public. Up until the Hammonds, which is the most recent clemency decisions that President Trump has made, which were over summer 2018, it was 1-1-1-1 up to that point. So my analysis of what we have so far, it's interesting because to various degrees these pardons are controversial. They suggest, in some cases, a personal connection to the president, a partisan connection to the president, but that doesn't seem to stop President Trump. He doesn't seem to be too worried about political penalties that may come as a result of his clemency decisions. And what we've seen in the past is different. We've seen presidents make controversial clemency decisions for their own personal reasons, but generally those decisions are made after that president is already immune from electoral consequences. In other words, they're at the end of their second term and their term limited out, or they're at the end of their first term after they've lost their re-election bid. So there's no real political consequence that can come. President Trump doesn't seem to worry about that. He pardoned at the beginning of his term, didn't necessarily have to, decided to do it anyway. A second point, he basically, as I said before, does not seem to pay much attention to the DOJ review process. Apparently the DOJ review process is continuing even though he's not actually working directly with them for his clemency decisions. As far as I know, he's not explained exactly what procedure he's using to review applications, although he has kind of alluded to the fact that, well, there are lawyers looking at it. We don't know who, we don't know how, but there is a process, apparently. The traditional rationales for clemency are acting for the public interest in cases of amnesty after wars, to bring the country back together or to put down a rebellion, or as a tool of mercy to show to an individual that, did something bad, they regret it, they've, demonstrated that they thought it was a bad thing to do and so forth. Those are the two traditional rationales. And one interpretation of what President Trump has done so far is basically that he's just given clemency to people that are his allies or, share something in common with him. And that's usually not how it works. In terms of where we go from here, as I said, June 2018, summer 2018 was the last time President Trump has pardoned anyone. Right around that time, he mentioned the possibility that there were potentially 3,000 pardons coming. There's been 4 clemency actions since then, and that's the Hammonds. So are there more coming? Maybe, maybe not. I guess the good news for clemency advocates is that we're still relatively early in President Trump's term. He still has a year and a half in his first term, potentially 5.5 years if he gets reelected, and those decisions can come fairly quickly. So that could change at any time. What I've offered is just kind of a synopsis of where we are today. Switching gears to the self-pardon question, this is an academic question. There's only actually been 2 law review articles written about this topic up until very recently. One was written in 1996 by Brian Kalt, who is a law professor, and the other one was written in 1999 by Robert Nida and Rebecca Spiro, and they're on each side of the debate, which is very convenient for me. So on one side of the debate, Brian Kalt says, no, the president should not be able to self-pardon for a variety of reasons. He says, pardons seem to require two parties. There's somebody who's granting the pardon and somebody who's accepting it. And he argues that President Trump or anyone else can't be both parties to that transaction. He cites the tenet from, I believe it's the Federalist Papers, that no one can judge their own controversy. You can't be objective in your own case. So there needs to be a third party that, that judges for you. The third point he makes is that this is not something that there's any record of the framers of the Constitution ever having discussed. Therefore, they must have assumed that nobody would ever try it. Therefore, clearly it's something they would not have approved of. And then the last point Kalt makes is more of a political point than a legal point. He says, if a president were to self-pardon, it would make him look guilty, and it would set him up for impeachment. So the political side of things would be set up in an unfortunate way for the president. On the other side of this debate, there's basically one argument, but it's a pretty strong one, and that argument is that there's nothing in the Constitution that says the president can't pardon himself. That's basically it. And then, of course, that side defaults to the impeachment argument as well, right? If the president did decide to pardon himself and Congress wanted to impeach him, they could still do that. That's the check. Because at the end of the day, the clemency power was intended by the framers to be a check on the power of the federal judiciary. So there's no check on that particular check. There's just the indirect checks that Congress has to withhold funding or hold hearings and things like that. And then there's amending the Constitution and impeaching the president. Obviously, those are the big guns. So the question is, well, if a president, not necessarily President Trump, but any president decided to pardon themselves, could they do it? And I think the answer is yes. And I also think it's a close question, but the reality is this is the way it would play out. The president can issue a pardon by tweeting it, by writing it on a piece of paper, and then publicizing it. And as soon as that's done, that is the pardon. That's done. There's no involvement of Congress. The courts might see it later. They might not because of standing questions. So, there's the theoretical side. Well, should the president be able to pardon himself? But then there's the question of, logistically, could he do it? And I think the answer is yes. So on that somber note, I will yield the remainder of my time.
Okay, thank you very much, Jeffrey. Amy Pova.
Oh, again, thank you, Professor Osler, for hosting this wonderful event. And clemency is something that is near and dear to our hearts. All of us have been on the panel, but Jason, who came out with the Obama administration, and I'll never forget my first phone call with you, and you were just you were man on fire. And Alice, who's energized this whole arena and is a big impetus of why we're even here today. I'm going to try to stay on point because when I start talking, I digress, and then the next thing I know, my time is all up. So I'm going to. There's certain things that I really want to talk about with regard to trying to get a fair process for everybody, since the Obama clemency process, Clemency Project 2014, was very well intended, but for so many of us, it was just kind of a train wreck in process. However, we are very grateful for it. Jason wouldn't be sitting here without it. So while we know the world isn't a fair place, we strive to create equality for people, especially if we are trying to assist people through some kind of committee or a program. We want fairness and consistency. No one president can solve the problem of mass incarceration because it took multiple presidents to get us here. It took decades of bipartisan hysteria where both parties were trying to out-tough one another during the late 80s and the 90s. And if you haven't checked C-SPAN, you ought to listen to Joe Biden criticizing Bush Sr., that he's not spending enough on the drug war. They were just all literally pouring kerosene on this era, and we were all the boogeymans. I got to tell you, recreational drugs, that's what they used to call it. It was kind of just very well accepted. I grew up in that era and came of age in that era, and then all of a sudden it was literally like slamming into a brick wall where laws had changed. Everyone was sold this idea we have to go after big-time drug dealers, but the people who ended up in prison were usually people like myself and Alice and course, there were some people, Jason admits that he was a little bit more active in the trade, but a lot of us were just ancillary figures. So we're in a mess. We've created a mess, and there is going to have to be incremental progress, as we have all witnessed that have been trying to get legislation passed or clemency. There has been resistance. President Obama did a wonderful thing with his, but we have to ask ourselves, how can we responsibly and intelligently free as many people as possible who are undeniably injured by the horrific policies that have us in this current dilemma? President Obama's Clemency Project in 2014 freed so many people, not only Jason Hernandez, but women that I was serving time with. Danielle Metz had triple life. Everybody on the compound, I was in Dublin briefly when Alice came to Dublin, about the time that I left, I believe. We didn't even really know each other that well, but she remembers me in the law library, and you come, as Alice pointed out, to be a family. You love one another, you cry, when you get your big moment, and I was set free, you walk out of that place at first elated and victorious and celebratory, and then very quickly it sinks in that your life has been changed forever because you're carrying the weight of Crystal Munoz, who is serving 20 years for marijuana and has two young girls at home. She was one of those women who was shackled during pregnancy. She had a 1-year-old at home when the feds came knocking at her door, and this was all being fed by 3 people who were friends of hers who had already served 3 years in prison and were being incentivized to name more names. And these stories creep into your heart. And Josephine Ledesma, somebody I spent a lot of time in the law library with, and then you think you're free, but you're not free at all, because you can't delete the emotion and the information that you have learned. In mine was a 9-year education, where I often say I got a master's degree in criminal justice at FCI Dublin. So while we're grateful for the 1,715 miracles that President Obama set free in a well-intended Clemency Project 2014, which is what they called it, we have to recognize what went wrong. And what went wrong, and I think there was a little willingness on the part of people who we certainly pitched what the problem was, but there was sort of a deafness, an unwillingness to upset the status quo, or just kind of almost like, well, we'll just see how this goes, but it got to be torturous, where the denial started coming in. And when the denial started coming in on people who were perfect candidates, it was traumatic. It was literally like watching a train wreck. So, I want to back up, because like Danielle Metz, Josephine Ledesma, people that I know who got it, we are forever grateful. And I can't not stress the appreciation enough for the endeavor. And, but the Office of the Pardon Attorney, and it's been said, and Sean Hopwood touched on it, and it is literally incarcerated inside the Department of Justice, much like we are incarcerated. I consider it to be a victim because it's hostage to DOJ. And over time, I've learned a lot about the process by talking to everybody who's a clemency expert, and also somebody who used to work at the Office of Pardon Attorney for 13 years. And that wasn't an accident. It seemed like a willful decision to put somebody in there that was the Attorney General, who was a friend of someone over at DOJ, so that it could be controlled. So my case in the late 90s garnered some press, and I just happened to be from Arkansas, and so was the president, and a senator was from my hometown, And only when I received some press was there interest in helping me, because nobody understood the convoluted conspiracy laws that result in a 20-year to life sentence like Alice got, and I received 24 years. Why? Because you wouldn't cooperate. And if you didn't cooperate, it really wasn't about what you had done or how much drugs you had been involved in or participating in the conspiracy. It was, if you're not going to work with us, we're going to crush you. And my prosecutor stated that to a journalist. It's actually, he said, well, if she would have just worked with us, we wouldn't have indicted her, if anyone here questions this. And that's who we're fighting for. Nearly everybody that I'm fighting for that's serving 20 to life in prison, they're in there because they didn't cut a deal. They didn't help convict additional people. They didn't testify or wear wires or go set up other people. So there's a victim element to this that goes far beyond what I feel. We've scratched the surface, but I don't think the media really quite understands when they tell these stories and they say, well, her role was she did this and maybe was a phone mule. I went around and collected some money. But no, the bottom line is I wouldn't have been indicted if I had just worked with them. So who's in prison and why are they in prison for 20 to life? The Office of the Pardon Attorney, as Deborah left, you heard she was granting some, she was giving favorable recommendations to some petitions, but they never were making it over to the White House. Why is that? Well, because there are prosecutors who sort of still have a vendetta. I don't know why the egos were flamed so much during a particular era, but it was basically, I feel, like this is the Super Bowl, go out there, force people to work with you, and if you don't, I don't know, maybe they got a demotion. I don't know what happened, but they took it personally. So we literally have the Office of the Pardon Attorney who hands off to the Department of Justice, and the Department of Justice asks their prosecutors, yay or nay, and it's pretty much all in the prosecutor's hands. So we have to liberate the Office of the Pardon Attorney, which it seems like the Trump administration is open to and what needs to be done. And there again, kudos. If it takes an outsider to get that done, then so be it. But what happened is 6 months before President Obama left office, we, many of us, Nikichi, all of us who were invested in this, we started to panic. And we're almost hemorrhaging from the shocking denials that came in one traumatic blow after another. But Crystal Munoz, who I just mentioned, William Underwood was Nikichi's client, a first-time man serving a life sentence, has the best attorney and advocate in the movement, as far as I'm concerned. Craig Cecil and Farrell Scott were two pot lifers. They were given attorneys by CP14. So they were vetted, and anyone who worked in this space knows that that vetting process was rigorous. I mean, they were denying, I helped a pot lifer who is paraplegic, lost the use of his legs at 11, and they denied him because they said he hadn't served 10 years yet. Well, he only had to serve 10 years by the time Obama left office, so I asked them to reconsider him, but they still denied him. Later, a CP14 attorney wrote a letter and said, we made a mistake. We actually should have accepted him, and I got them to write a letter to the judge. But that's what was happening. So in the open letter that was published in Business Insider by Michelle Marks, we begged President Obama to switch to a broader plan. We could see what was coming down the road. And Alice had not been denied yet, but I devoted one paragraph to Alice, and I pointed out she had the support of 3 Congress members, her warden, the African American Mayors Association. She was a first offender, no incident reports, perfect in every way, perfect in every way. And still, I had the satisfaction that Michelle Marks talked to the White House for comment. They said they had read the letter. She talked to Office of the Pardon Attorney and DOJ. Everyone said that they had read the letter. And the result, it was devastating. There's only one answer. The only answer that I know of, and Alice knows her story better than I do, is that the prosecutor had said no. And this is unacceptable. So we have to free OPA from the clutches of, from the Department of Justice and come up with a plan that is bold and fair, which maybe I'll talk about when I have my question.
All right, okay. Thank you, Amy. Paul Larkin.
Let me start by thanking Union Checky for the kind words. Thank you, Professor Osler, for inviting me. And thank all of you for spending time on a Friday afternoon listening to us talk about the reform of a process that has existed probably throughout recorded history in the United States since the Constitution was adopted, and in the colonies and states before, the states had the same authority, and will continue to go forward as far as there is in Article 2. You have a lot of options of how you want to spend your time, so I want to thank you all for spending part of that with us here. Let me say, I'm going to talk about two aspects of this issue. Both are forward-looking, both deal with reforms. The first deals with the reform of the architecture of the federal clemency process, and the second deals with reform of the federal clemency decision-making process. First, the architecture. You know that the process is headquartered in the Office of the Pardon Attorney, which is part of the Department of Justice. And you've heard several people, including my co-panelist, talk about some problems that creates. As Roy Austin and Sean Hopwood mentioned earlier, a problem at the retail level is it's difficult to persuade people to admit they've made a mistake. So the idea of persuading people who pushed for a particular conviction, a particular sentence, to later on say that clemency in the form of a pardon or commutation should be available is very difficult. But let me also mention there is an additional problem at the wholesale level. One, I think, that is one of the major problems we face in the criminal justice system today, both state and federal. And that is we don't have good metrics for success. We have used and are continuing even today to use the same metrics for success that we used during the Vietnam War, essentially a body count approach. It didn't work then, and it's not working now. What are the metrics that you see criminal justice agencies use? Well, they take, for example, the inputs that they get, which are the amount of funds that the legislature gives them, translated into the number of FTEs in the federal system, police, et cetera. They then give you back, particularly at this time of year when you're hearing people go up defending their budgets, the number of arrests that were made, the number of charges brought, the number of convictions obtained, the total length of sentences, the total amount of fines, forfeitures, and the like. What they don't measure, unfortunately, is not the outputs, but the outcomes. How much has crime decreased? How much more safe do the people in the community feel in the various different ways that they are adversely affected by crime? What we need to do is look more at the outputs rather than, the outcomes rather than the outputs, and that's contributing to some of the problem that you've heard today. So how do you deal with that? Well, of course, you could devote time to figuring out how you can deal with outcomes, but also you can revise the architecture of the system. One way to do that is to create a separate independent commission along the lines of the Sentencing Commission, which I know Professor Osler has recommended. I think that is not the right way to go about approaching it for several reasons. One is that you don't have the same type of limitation that would exist on a clemency commission that you did with respect to the Sentencing Commission. The Sentencing Commission could only establish guidelines, rules that would be applied when district courts sentence someone within the statutory limits adopted by Congress. That isn't true in the case of a clemency commission. There is no statutory limitation on how, when, where, and why the president can exercise his clemency power. So you don't have that restraint, which means you are posing the risk now that the president's setting up of a commission will put him at odds with this commission, and may be able to use the existence of this commission as a platform to contest his clemency policies. No president wants to get into a political catfight with a commission he created himself or herself. So it creates that problem. Put aside the risk of leaks and the like of that. There's a problem for people not assisting the president but fighting him on this, okay? The better way, I think, to do this is, if you will, establish an informal body in the executive office of the president. Right now, you have the executive office of the president at the White House, which consists of a variety of different sub-agencies, like the White House counsel's office. You could have an executive office of executive clemency or an executive office of clemency. The name matters far less than what it does. And in order to manage this process, it seems to me a reasonable way of doing that is appointing the vice president to be the president's principal clemency advisor. Why? Well, in the first place, he's not subject to the same conflict of interest that other people who are involved in the criminal justice system are, because he has no role supervising the criminal justice process. Secondly, he is in a better position than almost anybody else in government to help the president decide how the president wants to exercise this authority. Why? Well, physically, geographically, he's got an office in the West Wing. Okay? He can walk down to the president's office and talk to him. In fact, it's reported that Dick Cheney talked to George W. Bush several times during the course of the day. So he has access. Second, the president picked him. The way the nominating process works is the president picks his vice president, so he picks somebody he trusted. And in this case, the person he picked actually had made clemency decisions. Okay? Mike Pence was the governor of Indiana. He's had to make these sorts of decisions, so he has some experience with it. And ironically, the vice presidential candidate in the last election also did. He had been the former governor of Virginia. So sometimes you will get someone who actually has experience doing this sort of thing. Okay, so putting the clemency office into the executive office of the president and making the vice president the head of that as the principal clemency advisor, to me, is a reasonable way of dealing with this problem. Now, reasonable people can disagree. The president, Donald Trump, may decide to do something completely different than either of those options, or he pick one or the other. But they are options that are out there that people are talking about now as to how this process can be reformed. But that's a reformation of the architecture of the process. There also, I think, should be some reformation of the substantive clemency decision-making. Why? Well, right now, the Justice Department has a 5-factor set of pardon standards, for example. Let's start with pardons, that it says people should consider. The first is the post-conviction conduct, character, and reputation of the petitioner. Second, the seriousness and relative recentness of the offense. Third, whether the person has accepted responsibility, shown remorse, and performed atonement. Fourth, what is the need the petitioner has for this type of relief, a pardon? And fifth, what are the results of any official recommendations and reports? Now, I think those are all good categories to put in a lot of the evidence that is relevant to a question whether somebody should receive a pardon, but it's not a decision-making process. It doesn't tell you whether there are necessary and sufficient conditions. It doesn't establish an ordinal relationship among the importance of the different factors, and it doesn't lead to a question or questions that the president can use in making his decision. So I think in the case of pardons, the president should consider adopting the following 4 questions. First, is the applicant innocent, factually, legally, or morally? Factually, if you were convicted of stealing a car in LA and you were in New York at the time and there wasn't any prior conspiracy to steal the car, you just physically didn't perform the crime. You didn't commit what law professors teach you is the actus reus of the offense, because there was no asportation from 3,000 miles away. Legally, it can happen when the laws change over time. For example, we've seen a variety of different states change their state laws dealing with marijuana and the like. If you were convicted of a crime that the state does not now make a crime, you have a very reasonable argument that you should now be pardoned for your past offense. Okay? So we also have the same thing happen when courts say, for example, that conduct is protected by one or more provisions in the Constitution. If someone in the past were convicted of that, the person should now receive a pardon because that person is not legally capable of being convicted for what that was said. Finally, has a person shown morally that he is innocent? And in that regard, for example, there may be instances where you were convicted of a crime that didn't require any proof of an evil intent, Law professors talk about this in terms of mens rea and the like. You can stumble across the federal criminal law in various ways. As you heard earlier from Mark, there are an unknown number, but maybe thousands of federal laws, and there are hundreds of thousands of regulations that implement them. No one can possibly know what all the laws are out there. No one. Not a practitioner, not a professor, not a judge, and so the average person obviously can't. So someone who is convicted of what we call nowadays strict liability crimes may be entirely innocent of it and therefore would be deserving of a pardon because that person may be technically, factually and legally guilty but not morally guilty. The person didn't intend to break the law. Okay? Question 2, is the conduct underlying the conviction an aberration from an otherwise law-abiding life? Okay? If you work for the Gambino family and you feel really sorry about killing the 15th guy, okay, sorry, that's not going to work, all right? That's not an aberration from an otherwise law-abiding life. But if you did make a terrible mistake or series of mistakes over a relatively short period of time, not a life, a relatively short period of time, say an extended episode, and have turned your life around, well, then that's a different category of person. That's the sort of person who society should be willing to look at for forgiveness. Okay? Now, third, has the person who's seeking relief admitted his guilt, accepted responsibility, expressed remorse, atoned for what he did, for example, paying some sort of recompense to any victims, and reformed himself? Has he or she turned his or her life around? Okay? That's an important factor, an important question for the president to be asking, whether or not someone deserves a pardon. Finally, question 4, would granting a pardon serve or disserve the purposes of the criminal law? No one likes to think that he's a chump. No one likes to think there is one set of rules for the rich and powerful and another set of rules for us in this room, okay? If the president were to grant a favor to someone who is rich or powerful, it brings the whole system into disrepute. I mean, Bill Clinton, as he was walking out the White House doors, was granting pardons the same way a drunken sailor on shore leave spends money, okay? And that poisoned the well for quite some time because he brought the system into disrepute. That's not what you want. That doesn't mean someone you know who's deserving of those other, of a pardon for those other reasons can't ever get it. But what you certainly need to do is show that it's not your pardon authority is not limited to those types of people. By and large, pardons traditionally were given out to average people, men and women, who nobody knew about, but who had turned their lives around and were entitled to relief from the criminal justice system. In this regard, the president has the opportunity to say, I forgive you, go and sin no more. And that is best expressed when the president expresses it to people who we don't know, to average people who've made mistakes, but admitted it, turned their life around, etc. Finally, the second half, I think, of a change in the decision-making has to be for commutations. The first question the president should ask is there another way of re-examining the sentence? For example, several people have recommended that we have a change in the law, not comparable to parole, but with some respects similar, allowing for a second look. After someone has been in custody for a certain period of time, I think the trial judge, particularly if it's the same trial judge who sentenced that person, should have the ability to take a second look to see whether he or she thinks the sentence is now too long. Okay? Now, why judges rather than someone else? Because you're more than likely to get the best or even a correct decision when you pick the best person to make it. Judges sentence people for a living. Presidents don't. Judges see the full range of human conduct before them. Presidents don't. A judge is going to be in a better position. Plus, in the federal system, they can't be removed from making a decision and letting someone out. Okay? Judges don't have to stand for re-election. So they are in the position to say, no, the sentence was too long, or this person has reformed, I should modify it. Then, if the president doesn't have this option, and today he doesn't because there isn't any second look provision in there, the question should be, can the president make categorical decisions? There are several examples of category-wide decisions that could be made. I mean, the most obvious one that we've seen throughout history is the reduction of a death sentence to imprisonment of some type, usually life or life without parole. Yeah. Only if the president can make those category-wide decisions do we avoid the terrible risk that you're going to see arbitrariness, that some people get a Clemency Award and others don't. So with that, thank you.
To elaborate a little bit more as we go into.
Yeah, sure. No. Yeah. No.
But thank you so very much for that. I'm going to raise a couple of questions to the panels. Then I want to remind you about those little cards. If you have questions, go on and start getting your questions down so that we can have some robust audience participation as well. So I just want to turn to Jeffrey first. In one of your articles, you describe clemency as a kind of kingly power, and I would like you to briefly explain that description and discuss for us if you have any concerns about its potential for abuse.
Well, so one of the interesting things about the clemency power is that there's basically two rationales out there to justify its existence, right? One, from a case called United States versus Wilson, the majority opinion, which is a unanimous opinion, suggests that a pardon should be looked at as an act of grace, similar to a kingly power, right? 90 years later, there's another unanimous opinion in a case called Biddle versus Perovich that says basically, no, a pardon is not an act of grace. It's something that the president decides is the right thing to do for the public welfare. That serves the constitutional scheme. So there's these two rationales that are out there, and I think that either one is legitimate. The criticisms that I have are when there's a decision that's made that's clearly not tied very well to either one of those, and what you're left with is, well, the president's making this decision because of his own personal interest. It's not really that he's showing mercy to an individual. It's not really that he's acting because the public welfare, the country as a whole is better served by that decision. It's the president has a connection to that person, and that's what's motivating the decision.
And so I want to go on and turn to Amy. Paul kind of started this discussion dealing with a categorical approach. I want you to, and I want afterwards, I want you to go on and continue with your reflections on that, Paul. But right now for Amy, can you tell us about your feelings about a case-by-case approach to clemency juxtaposed against some type of categorical approach? Describe some of the categories that you feel should be considered. But I also want you to very, very, very briefly touch on this whole issue of a clean institutional record and just how that fits into or does not fit into this issue of clemency.
Well, I'll do that first because I'll forget. I just want everyone in the room to know how easy it is to get an incident report. I got written up for feeding the cats, feeding the birds, and that wasn't even on the books, but the warden would go crazy if people were feeding the birds, and I didn't know that. It was only like my first week there. Somebody leaves the institution, you're good friends with them, you become very close. If you write to them at another institution, we'd have to piggyback that letter. You'd send it to my mom, and then they open our mail, they read it. So I got in trouble for that. I got in trouble for a three-way call. But in 9 years, that wasn't too bad. But we have to be very careful about what we mean by a clean record. I think it really needs to rise to the level of somebody who's just a chronic troublemaker. And in my open letter to President Obama, when I was begging him to switch to something that was, was literally would be a triage plan before he left office, we sentence people categorically. Here's the sentencing guidelines table. So if we sentence people categorically, why can't we come up with a clemency plan categorically that actually follows this model? And the one that I proposed was that, you have your past history of whether you have repeat offenses, whether you have prior convictions, and Roman numeral 1 through 6. So my suggestion was, in Roman numeral 1, you can have no convictions, so you're a first-time offender, or 1. And I suggested that if you're in that category, let's start looking at the progress report. We have got to get away from studying every little thing in this PSI, and I'll tell you why. Most of us are convicted on the word of cooperating co-conspirators who, particularly in that era, were put under pressure to embellish, enhance the drug amounts. It gets to the point where so many people I'm trying to help, they're like, there was no way that there was that much drugs, and even if there was, I only dealt this much, or I entered the last day, and you're held responsible for what everybody else did, and you're reading stuff on a piece of paper that sounds like it's facts. But there was no tangible evidence. So it's horrible to go to the record and hear that Alice was in a leadership position. I was put in a managerial position because they say you're a managerial position if you went to trial. All boils down to the trial penalty phase. So I came up with an idea that if you've served 5 years and you're in a category 1 and you have a clean record and you show that you've taken courses in there and you've been a good prison, I think should be set free for clemency. If you're in the category 2 of 2 to 3 convictions and you've served, I don't know, somebody can come up with the structure, 10 years, and you have good progress report, clemency candidate. You can add some other factors in. Do they have a release plan? Do they have support from the community? But I just think we have to get away from this labor-intensive case-by-case scenario of not even really knowing what you're reading because it's based on the word of 10, 15 different co-conspirators, and come up with a plan where you don't have to have a Kim Kardashian to leapfrog into the Oval Office. I know so many people in prison who cannot speak and write English. These people have no chance. We've taken some of them and put them on the website, and Jason's trying to help them, but there are so many people who don't have a shot at this at all. So how do we create a fair process? And mass incarceration went so far off the train tracks, we're not really realizing that in the early 80s, if you were a first offender, you likely got probation first. We got to get back to the model before the system broke. We're brainwashed into thinking, well, really, just 5 years for, I don't know, maybe that's not enough. I promise you, there's no victim. 5 years is a huge chunk of your time. So I think we can come up with something that's very simple, especially to get us over the hump of mass incarceration and get a lot of people out of prison. And I just have to do one shout out for Beth Curtis because her brother, John Knock, she started Life for Pot. She's devastated that he didn't get it. The pot lifers were passed over, women were passed over. I could spend forever on that, but we got to come up with something. This would solve everything as far as I'm concerned.
Sounds great, Amy. Thank you. I want to turn back to Paul because I kind of interrupted you when you were kind of on a flow with that. So in addition to that, a question kind of came up related to that, and I had a question too. So we do have some other questions, but when you went through the specifics and very, very educational, you talked about is the conduct an aberration from a law-abiding life, and did the person admit guilt, atone remorse? Question I have about the admit guilt, what if, does that mean that, I'm always curious about this, someone who is trying to get clemency, I mean, there are some really, I know everybody in prison is innocent, but there are some really, really innocent people, and if one of the aspects of that, just like during the Obama situation, that they have to admit guilt, how does that mitigate against that? But don't answer that yet. The aberration from law-abiding life, I know you mentioned the Gambino family, but I think of so many people who grew up in a life of poverty, grew up under institutional and structural racism, the economic wealth gap, housing disparity, education, et cetera. That's the only life that they kind of grew up and knew. So I'm just kind of curious about that. But the question that came from the audience to you, When speaking of using a judge's opinion when basing a decision on a commutation, what if a judge demonstrated bias during the initial sentence? Shouldn't the commutation be looked at from a neutral party? So if you can kind of do all that within just a couple of minutes, just a couple of minutes, and we'll get to a couple of other questions.
Sure.
Rock with it. Yay. You can do it. Go with it.
Okay. No, I'll start my engine. One of the grounds on which you should be able to apply for a pardon is that you truly are innocent. If you are innocent and you didn't do it, then you should be able to apply for that reason. If you're not innocent, then if you come in and claim you were, you've now established you are not remotely credible. Okay? So you have to make that choice. Do you have a claim of innocence? Were you in New York, not LA, when the car was stolen? Or if you actually stole the car, try to extenuate it or mitigate it in some way. I don't think there's a problem with forcing people to be truthful in what their application is. Secondly, bad life circumstances. There are lots of people that have bad life circumstances. And lots of people don't commit crimes as a result of that. I don't think that can be generally used as an excuse for committing a crime. Why? If you take a look, we have to consider that there are victims of these crimes too. And if you just treat growing up in a bad neighborhood as a get-out-of-jail-free card, you are, aside from creating new victims, you are disserving the interests of the people who've been victimized by the crime. So if you injured someone, and it's quite clear that you did, requiring that person to, first of all, admit that he did it and is sorry for it, and not claim that, well, gee, I was in a bad neighborhood, doesn't seem to be an unfair requirement in terms of how you're going to decide whether this person should be pardoned. And finally, the third question was, why go back to the same judge? Well, you don't necessarily have to go back to the same judge. Maybe you'll go to a different judge. The point is, if you go to a judge, you go to somebody who is in the business of sentencing. This is a person who also is protected by Article 3 against political retaliation if the judge decides, oh, this person has served long enough and should be released from prison. If you go back to the same judge, you have somebody who was, of course, familiar with the case at the outset, but if there's too great a risk that this person is not likely to change his or her mind, just like the lawyer at DOJ is not going to change his or her mind, then you go to a different judge. At one time, I don't know if it's still true, the Seventh Circuit had a rule whenever they reversed the district court, the case always went back to a new judge so that you wouldn't have someone try to just defend the mistake he had made that was pointed out. You could do the same thing here. Just randomly assign these second look petitions in the same way they randomly assign cases when they're filed, so that it's a district court judge, an Article 3 judge that makes the call, but just not the same one that had the case originally.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn to...
You might want to go to Amy, because she was writing furiously during the midst of my answer, so.
Okay, well, actually, I would have loved to engage more, but I'm in a moderator role right now. But if we're on a panel together, I want to go back to that whole other issue that we raised about quote-unquote bad life circumstances. We're not going to get into that now. And I really was talking about the war on drugs, not necessarily a crime where someone was injured or killed or murdered. But we won't get back on the back and forth. Amy, had you wanted to?
No, I mean, I don't like the judge concept, but I'm not going to debate it. And that's not what I was writing. But I just know that my judge was a nightmare. So anyway, that's all.
So, Professor Crouch, could Congress impeach the president for pardoning himself, since the pardon is not a, quote, high crime or misdemeanor or a bribe? And also, I think this is for you, is there a separate procedural aspect to pardons granted to soldiers and airmen, or does OPA DOJ review these cases as well? Where do those cases go for review from the military?
Okay, so
Okay.
I'll take the first one and then I'll defer to Mark on the second one. So the first one, I mean, it's up to the House to decide what's an impeachable offense, right? Like, at the end of the day. So there's also a case that suggests that accepting a pardon is basically you're admitting that you did something that requires you to accept a pardon because you're guilty. That's the Burdick case. And there's a controversy about the Burdick case. There's people on both sides of it. Some people say that was just dicta from the case, and other people say, no, that actually means that if you accept a pardon, that's basically admitting guilt. One advocate on that side of the argument is President Gerald Ford, who carried around a little snippet of that case in his wallet. Whenever anybody asked him about, why didn't you get an admission of guilt from President Nixon when you gave him a pardon, he would pull out that piece of paper and say, I did. The Supreme Court said I got it. So.
Amy, you touched on this a little bit, but a specific question is, on the topic of institutional infractions, there is great research on how such infractions disproportionately impact racial minorities and are not related to subsequent recidivism. How can we get this information to people making clemency decisions?
Who wrote the question? Okay, well, I'm not familiar that there is a lot of research on that, so that would be wonderful to tap into. But I feel really strongly that I've just looked at so many people who've sent me their packages and what they've done while they're incarcerated, and it's so impressive. And to not taint the process by getting caught up. There's always a story behind an infraction, and including, somebody got a black eye and defended themselves in a situation. And if you're even in the proximity of a fight, you're all going because they're going to do an investigation. It's sad, but when there's a fight, you run. I mean, you just try to get out of the way because you don't want to be snapped up in there. Well, I want to add one real quick thing, though, because first offenders, I feel, first-time lifers were passed over horribly. And I got to give a shout-out to Enrica Caldwell because she did an extensive Excel spreadsheet. Stand up, Enrica. This woman is amazing. Her fiance received clemency from President Obama. A lot of people may not know this in here, but they commuted his life sentence to 30 years. So he doesn't get out until 2034. His parents will be dead. They're octogenarians. We wanted to see, who was getting it? And when you looked at who was getting it, there were over 170, we were checking men to women at the point, 170 men who had felon in possession of a firearm. You couldn't tell who had priors. And that's the only way we could count them. That was more men who had felon in possession of a firearm than all the women combined. And there, as Alice represents, countless first offender women and men. So again, I'm departing from the question, I'm so sorry, but that's why we really have to come up with some kind of, I feel, categorical process where we're fair and we take everything into consideration. And I think, like the parole board, you focus on what they've done in prison. Like you said, you are not the sum total of your worst mistake, even if it was bank robbery. I get bank robbers who contact me and I send them to Sean because I'm like, but that's pretty drastic, and look, he's a Georgetown law professor. We've got to get over this punitive mindset and switch to something where we redeem people and get her fiance out of prison.
So in our last few minutes, what I would like you all to do, just a couple of seconds each, I think we just have to 3 o'clock. This was a question that came up in the first panel, but those running for the 2020 elections, what would you tell those candidates with respect to clemency or criminal justice reform? What needs to be on their platform or high up on that platform?
Get busy.
Sure. I would hope they would look at clemency reform as one aspect of criminal justice reform overall. Criminal justice reform is an evergreen topic, but it has become a particularly important one over the last, quarter century, 40 years or whatever, because the criminal justice system changed rather dramatically beginning in the 70s. Clemency reform is part of it, but clemency reform can be changed by whoever replaces the next president. It's only when something is changed by statute that it has more permanence. So I think they need to school themselves in the reform of the criminal justice system and learn how they could reform the clemency process. But I think they just need to ask themselves and be honest, and when they answer this question, what do they think the process ought to serve? What purposes should clemency serve? How does it fit into the criminal justice process? Because it'll tell you a lot about their character. I mean, after all, it is a prerogative of whoever gets elected next.
I'd like to add that it is, as we know with First Step Act, it's just a nightmare to get legislation passed. We have a few obstructionists, Senator Tom Cotton, and clemency seems to me to be that last hope for fixing a horrible mistake that this country engaged in. And many legislators admit it, but very few of them are actually actively trying to alter it or fix it. And when we do get legislation, it's so like, it barely scratches the surface. So clemency is really, to me, the only thing that could actually correct and solve the suffering of so many souls who are in prison who have really no hope. And I'll tell you, we have some wonderful people walking out who are still, were under the 100-to-1 crack cocaine regime, but you have to understand the mindset of a first-time pot offender that's watching somebody walk out who's had 6 priors. It's a lot of tension in the prison right now. There's a lot of frustration because it's just like, well, when's it going to be my turn? Clemency is, to me, the answer to that.
Thank you. So wrap it up, Professor Crouch.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just has to be a priority, and I think Mark's a pioneer on this. Asking presidential candidates, what would you do about clemency? You want to get the nomination for your party, what would you do? Make it a priority. Have them expect to be asked about clemency, much like immigration reform or infrastructure or taxes or whatever the case may be. Have the conversation and get it out there and let politicians know you guys are going to be held accountable for this, so you need to have a plan for it.
Okay. Well, thank you. With that, let's give our panelists a big hand. We really appreciate your contributions to this critical discussion. Look forward to future discussions and future engagement on this very critical topic. Thank you. Mark?
Well, thank you, Nikichi, first of all, for the great job of moderating. That combination of enthusiasm and ending on time is really rare. I do want to answer the second half of the one question about the military convictions, and that is that active duty military who commit a crime that's tried in district court and sentenced there, like Saucier, I think was in that category, they of course can get clemency. If they're court-martialed, the president does have the power to grant clemency, and historically there have been court-martials that have been pardoned and commuted by the president, but the current rules for the pardon attorney refer those people to their branch in the military for that consideration. So, and finally, one thing I mentioned before is that I get too much credit for stuff, and when people were thanking me for putting this on, or that's totally wrong. It's important to recognize Bree and Matt, who did so much work on this, and they were the ones who actually set everything up, have worked for literally months on this. We had a brief conversation, and I told them who to ask. That was the extent of my involvement. But I'm so glad that it worked. And I'm so glad that we had the discussions we did, that the people came here, because this is something that is important now. It's going to be important for as long as we live. It's going to continue to be a part of the Constitution. It's going to continue to be that seed of mercy that we have to continue to grow if we want to bring a better justice to our country. So thank you all for being a part of this.